Morning. I got my metallics in. I'm going to work on this painting that I started a long time ago. It has like a turtle shell behind the background. And then I spray painted a textured paint on it. And now I'm doing this one. You can see it doesn't have it on both sides. Both sides of that black line is the metallics. I started it on the inside here, did the black, and then I haven't done the outside, so we're gonna work on that. Okay, let's get rid of that echo. Forgot I had to pause that one. Takes a while for it to kick in and then in order to be able to pause it. It's a really slow phone, but at least it lets me read the chat when I can't see far enough. And I'm a little bit further away again. I needed the table space. When I don't need the table space, I can get closer. I guess something gouged right there. Yeah, easy fix. Thank goodness it's in an area that has black. Oh, I need my brushes, don't I? A bit of a headache. Yesterday, my allergies were off the charts. Good thing I get scheduled to work. But, yeah. My throat's a little sore after that. I can't see. I forgot my readers. Ah, darn it. You can try to be prepared, but it almost never happens. Frustrating. All right. I want to get my readers because I can't even see the tips on these. Be right back. It should warm up in here fast. I got my little propane heater thing going. Okay, sorry about that. Got into a conversation out there. Got some stuff to clean up the rust off the. I have a 10 by 10 garage tent that I'm thinking of turning into a greenhouse. Oh, I had my conversation, and Texas is probably going to become a home base, but I'm still going to Quartzsite. So we had a good conversation about that. Doesn't show anyone here, but we never know. Brush. There's my tea brush. Now, kind of like this one too. I wish this one was a bit shorter. I don't want to be cutting up my brushes. It's too spread out. Yeah, these ones in the other pockets are ones I let the kids paint with. What is this one? This is a 10-0. And let me just see. This one has kind of a longer point. I can get a shorter one, but if it looks like it's frayed a little bit, but it looks like it would fit within the lines as long as it doesn't spread more when it gets wet. Let me test it. Let's do that today. I'll try to fill up my little paper. All right, let's test how wide it's going to spread when I use it. Oh, that's actually going to work well. I like that. I'm going to try that point. Working with copper. I got copper, which looks very pretty. It's a heavy body acrylic, so we'll see how well it covers. We've got gold. We've got silver. So the gold and the silver will go in these other two areas. Also got bronze, which is already in this area that's completed. I don't think I have to do a second coat, but I may. And then I got iridescent white. That should be fun. I've used a pearl white on some things, so I'm wanting to sneeze. My allergies are bad. At least my nose isn't dripping right now. But if I start sneezing and it does, I don't think you want to enjoy watching me sniff and stuff tissue up my nose. Alrighty. Let's see how this copper covers. I pre-opened them, and I did kind of what you do with the tiny bottles. When you stab the tip in, you get a bit of the color. So when I removed the foil, I smeared the color on the top. I figured that would help. And it does look pretty opaque when I did that, but then I did a large. Okay. Let's see what we got going on. And it is just as, wow, it's just as translucent as the other one. Okay. It is not the same as the other color. Therefore, yeah, it is when it gets spread. It looks like I'm probably going to be, wow, that's pretty translucent. Yep. happy with it. It means I probably got to do 2 coats. All the metal. And I probably could have taped off and done some fancy stuff to get some really good straight lines. But I really want to just freehand it. Okay, the heat's kicking in. Plus I got this window shining sunlight on me. And I'm going to go back in and do the black after I do the metallics. This heavy body wants to leave ridges. Well, I haven't done, I don't know. Indecisive. Blah, blah, blah. It wants to update. The computer wants to do an update. Good thing it asks. It waits till I shut it down. I'm sick of doing the updates. It's like planned obsolescence, but then you also have so-called security features. It doesn't secure against their crap, but it secures against. This brush is getting too wide. Not liking it. Back to using the other brush. So we're going to use a, doesn't have the size on it. Oh, the Army Painter Hobby Super. Oh, I may not have gotten this one at the art store. This looks like it's a model car brush. It'll take a bit longer with a smaller point. But at least I'm not getting my wire lines so wide that they're going to intersect in the middle. Although they might. I have to keep them thinner than I anticipated. Let me try something before there'll be a space between. So if I'm kind of quiet, it's because it's showing no one here. And I'm focusing. And my music stopped. What the heck? Oh. I was looking at the chat. I started playing the video. There we go. Isn't it quiet and cold by the Gentle Giants? So anyway, I don't remember that name of that stuff. She told me OSFO. Paint it on, and it will eliminate the rust. Turn it to white stuff. Then you can paint your stuff. Well, I have the 10 by 10 garage tent I purchased and had it sitting in my truck bed because a couple of them got damaged in quartzite last year and the tent got ripped up. But I think I'm going to use it for a greenhouse. And I was frustrated that my tent poles had rusted in the back of the truck because the tarp apparently wasn't protecting as well as I thought it was. So she gave me the info for the Oxbow. Info for the Oxbow. That sounds funny. And that, fix the poles. I gotta go to Alpine for it, because Higginbottom's in Fort Davis does not carry it. I'll just wait till somebody from here goes to Alpine for some building supplies. Get it done. Take care of the poles, and then I can store them in here. So this camper will be technically mine, but I'm not going to be traveling with the thing. It's got so much work. It's going to be more of an art studio to use when I'm here. Really can't put too much storage in it. There isn't that much space. Not compared to what's in my storage unit anyway. So they're getting excited about me bringing my router table, which will enable a lot more things to be built. I use them to make frames for my paintings I do on board or canvas board. So it'd be nice to have that. And I'll get to use it in the barn, they call it. Big metal shed. I'll be able to just use it there instead of having to worry about having a place to set it up for myself. This is more translucent than I like. Oh well, it's kind of hard to get a metallic that's not translucent. I think what I had before was this Lucas brand, which wasn't as translucent, but it's empty. I know, empty. I was joking. So I think I'm not going to wait till the middle of November to go to Quartzsite. I think I'll be going at the first of the month. First week anyway. I'm going to get 1 day or 2 day car insurance. I'm not ready to do a monthly thing, and when I'm out in Quartzsite, I can just let it sit. Start it up every once in a while. So I'm ready to go back. Get 1 or 2 day insurance again. Drive it back. Because if I were to pay monthly, I wouldn't be able to come back. I wouldn't be able to go anywhere. My friend just tried to talk me out of Quartzsite. I'm like, excuse me, I have obligations and I need to get my stuff. She just wants to tell me that I can't spend my money on this or can't spend my money on that. I know. She's trying to help me because it's a little stressful rounding up cash for things. I can't even understand it. Trying to tell me what to do really messes me up. My brain has to do a plan in advance. That's another reason I schedule these, because I was doing something last minute doesn't really always pan out unless it's something fun. But if it's work type related stuff, it takes a while to plan. It's like in the paintings, unless I'm doing a background, I need a lot more mind preparation to get to it. So I don't, here, you can see, I think you can see. There's a difference when I do the second line as opposed to just the line inside in the black. It gives it kind of a more of a glow around it, whereas the black just defines it. That's turned out pretty. I am liking it. I don't know that I necessarily need to do a solid second coat on it, because it isn't about having a defined space. It's more the metallic is making it have a type of a glow around the space. So you can have regular lines, or you can have ones that present a glow. In my mind, anyway. This, I had done the background. I have a bunch of pieces I did that were just pattern pieces. And so I grabbed out some of my pattern pieces. This was a while back. And I just said, look, can I put on it to have the pattern exposed in the background, but yet give it a different look? It makes it more pleasant to hang and look at. So I had this texture paint. It's a stone texture. You would spray it on like a candlestick and give it a stone look. And I went to town. I did this one. I did another one, which I ended up tossing because it was textured and it was bad. Oh, you can kind of see here. That's interesting. And that's right. I remember doing that now. I experimented, but I can't even show you there. Unless I take it to the other camera. Here's a tiny spiral. I laid a spiral object on. And was going to do that. It didn't pan out, but that would be kind of interesting. To make that little tiny spiral just pop out. I'll decide that after I get my lines done. I keep hearing a horn honk. Oh, it's for the neighbor. I will go back and do all the black lines after this. People usually like their colors in one of two ways. You either like complementary, which is like an orange and a red together, or you like contrast, which is like a black and a red together. I am a contrast person. I like colors to pop. It's like black's my favorite color, actually, because it makes all the other colors look good. Let's try fast with the fan blowing, but I need the fan to move the heat. I have a little heater can on the propane stove, and instead of letting all the warm air go up the vent, I have to have a fan to blow it out towards me. And that makes the paint want to dry faster with air moving. These two are really close together. I am anti-perfection when it comes to painting, even though I'll get frustrated when I try to get something to work one way. I'll get frustrated and work at it, but I am very anti-perfection. In fact, at the studio, we used to have people melting down because they couldn't get their trees to balance perfectly. I had to take them outside and show them a tree and ask them to find me one where all the limbs and everything are balanced perfectly. Probably another reason I don't like to do realism, because of perfection. The face has got to look real, you know? It's not my thing. If I want a picture to look real, I'll use a camera. My head hurts a little bit. I had to take double the allergy medicine yesterday, and then an 800 milligram ibuprofen on that, trying to get the inflammation down, and it did not work at all. So I've kind of a headache today after that, which it usually tends to do. So these lines are definitely not spaced. It's kind of rare that you'll see me do straight lines in my paintings. I'm not a fan of doing straight lines. Sometimes it calls out for it. I have one painting. I actually have two paintings that were a vision in my head for years and years before I even started painting. I should say started painting freestyle. I should show you. One of them was a scene in a kitchen, and another was just a simple floral for a wall space. The simple floral is one of the ones I took to Pecos because I wasn't concerned about selling it. I thought displaying it would be nice. And the other one is a piece about stuff I went through, which I can show you. Oh, it's not there. I had to move everything. I gotta remember to get someone to get me some of that spray sealer too. Alright, here is the piece. It's a woman in the kitchen. And let me flip the camera for a second. Excuse me. And she's kind of curled up at the corner, and the floor is gone. She can't even escape. She's just beat down by life, by people, by whatever. And then you have this child's voice singing Jesus Loves Me over it. And you know, that's the only thing that kept me alive during all of this. I would not be here today if I had not had this vision in my head. So it makes me cry every time I think about it. But that's my personal piece. It will never be sold, and it will never be displayed. I don't think it'll be displayed, at least not in a public studio. Maybe my personal one. But for 40 years, I just felt like I was beat into that corner, and I still once in a while feel like I've been beat back into that corner. And so I hang on to that piece. I started eating a nanner and forgot about it. I got nanners today because they can't eat them fast enough. So I'm eating one of them, and the other two I'm just going to let go bad for banana bread. I make a banana bread out of honey instead of sugar. Did I just temporarily lose my signal for a minute? Oh, I don't want them to be watching me eat. There we go. That said one for a second. I guess somebody tuned in and left. Watching paint dry isn't for everybody. Oddly, no, I feel like I want beef jerky. Not really eat beef jerky often. I have arthritis in my jaw. It's actually pushed back at least half an inch from all the teeth grinding that I grew up with. Yeah. Ooh, that's starting to feel warm. Let's heat it down a little bit. The coffee's good and hot. Here's a buzzing. I hope my tether is not going in and out. Oh, there's a video with this. I don't know if it's... Let's see if it's bright enough to show you. I didn't notice. That's funny. I guess you could exercise with... What the heck was his name? I can't even remember. That's kind of funny. I would cry if my body split in half like that. Wait, I need this. So I just saw a person who's supposed to be bringing me stuff to do the solar this afternoon take off. Is that going to happen if he's not here? So we're going to be grabbing the solar from the house, the red house, I think. Anyway, the solar is going to be hooked up to my batteries and the other batteries at the house. Those other batteries have 400 amp hours each on them. And so we're going to have the solar that's already out there plus my 625 charging my batteries and the batteries in the house. It's going to be a lot of power. And officially, this will be my studio. Won't be able to own it in my name because it's Social Security. You're not allowed to have resources above a home and a vehicle over $2,000 for the disability. So I can't own the studio, but it'll be basically mine to use. So I'll be able to work on it when I get back from Quartzsite. Make this table area bigger. I think I'm gonna get a board and take it across the other seat. Be able to have it expand. Or yeah, I don't know. I could take this table out and that bench out and put in one that will fold down or something. Just gotta figure I can make best use of tiny space. Plus I'm getting building a storage place, which I'll be able to use for the stuff I'm picking up from Mesa. Boy, those two lines are extremely close. Just gonna paint in the black at this point. It's gonna be then with the so I'll be able to have a storage. You would expand my workspace in here to do larger paintings. So if I'm going to be selling paintings, what's going to sell is really large pieces for businesses. And so I need to be doing like 5-6 foot pieces, which would be tricky since I don't have a lot of arm control. But I'm thinking I would paint them and then stretch them instead of working on a pre-stretched. I'd have to stretch it after. That's okay, I can do that. Still needs a big space to do it. There are some pieces I could do on an easel. But that would be not something with little details like this. I just don't have the shoulder muscles. I don't know if you could see or not, but I'm kind of short on the shoulder thing. I guess I didn't even realize that I had some stunted areas until I go and try to do some things and people are like, why? What the heck? Or I remember wanting a rabbit fur coat when I was a teen. Mom just kept saying, you got to grow shoulders first. She got it for me anyway, but in fact, that was a one gift holiday. I think it was like a $200 coat at that time. I wore it to death, of course. And I wear a child's medium helmet. So my head's a little small. You cram a brain into an area that's kind of small and you get extra wrinkles, which is what causes intelligence, is the wrinkles. But I don't think it's the wrinkles from squishing it into my skull, but could be. I don't know. They say when you learn something, you get wrinkles. I'm not really sure how all that works. But I used to be Mensa. After the pain med thing, they really messed up my memory. But I'm fine. I don't really need to have a lot of stuff memorized anyway. And it's kind of fun because I could actually rent a movie, not remember I've seen it until the very end, which means I can be entertained by the same movie a bunch of times sometimes. Okay. I like it. All right. So I have silver and gold to do. I don't want the gold too close to the bronze because they kind of resemble each other a little bit. So I'm going to do the gold here and the silver here. I'm getting pop-ups in my way. Go away. All right, there we go. That kind of works. So when I go back in with a black, I could either do my brushed metal black, which is kind of a darkish gray, or I can do a solid black, Mars black, which is very, 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 very black. I'm thinking I want to go in with the brushed metal black, but right where something gouged this, I'm not sure you can see that little gouge. I'm really bad at aiming things in the camera. Yeah, you can see it. It's that white in the middle of the black. I don't want that metallic. I might do a watery black just to patch that tiny spot. But I do need to touch up this copper on the other side of that. There we go. Alright. So then all I have to do is patch that tiny spot. Oh no, there's another spot. What the heck? Here we go. Something gouged or stuck to it. I was pretty upset when I got to the storage unit. Found out my temperature controlled storage unit was not temperature controlled and my paintings were sticking. I was very upset. There's a lot I left behind that stuff stuck to. And those were basically the wood ones. I'm like, well, I don't have room to transport everything anyway. So I have this edge from the old design, the first design, that I'm probably going to have to cover. Unless I can find a way to do a mini frame around the top part of it. Oh, something to think about later. I do like doing the tiny line details. So there's this option of going in with a wider line and putting black down the middle of it, or to continue doing 3 separate lines. Sip my coffee and think about that. This window's pretty on. It's producing enough heat for me. That's something new with Spotify. You can see the videos. There's no video in this one. There's just a picture, but it used to just be the album covers that I saw, but fun. Yes, I am thinking. Oh, Do I want to or do I not? I have a brush on this one. It's too wide for what I want. Yeah, if I go in the thinnest spot, that'd be way too wide. Mm-hmm. This brush probably won't hold up. Let's see. That would be. Oh. Still wet. Let me try here. Would be the width I need. Oh, so I had another brush pushing up against this one. And the bristles are bent. They're not going back into shape. It's not going to repair. Not without something to make it stay. That's frustrating. I made that brush I was going to use earlier. It gives me thicker lines, but not as thick as I want them. So the problem is, once in a while my fan brushes will start pushing my bristles on my other brushes, so I need to separate them. Oh, there we go. And you can't put two fan brushes next to each other. Sure. All right, there we go. With the flat ones. It is so hard to find brushes like this one. It's a little flayed out. You can't see it. It's a little spread out, which will give me the width I want. Luckily, but I prefer, kind of like this fan brush, I prefer them to be shorter for more control. Once in a while, if you sneeze or something, boom, you smashed your brush into your painting. You kind of got to feel the sneeze coming on, which doesn't always happen. So, and I'm reluctant to cut the brushes because they do make them fan out to where you can't do what you want with it. Unless you have a very sharp pair of scissors, which I don't. I guess I'm going to be working with this. And what color did I say this was going to be? What did I do? Okay, whatever. Doing the gold here. It's a pretty color. Alright. Put this down in the well. Maybe the fan won't dry as quickly. Problem with putting it down in the well, you end up pouring out more than you want at one time. Okay, let's see. That is very translucent. All right. Holy cow, that's way too translucent. think we may be going to the cornstarch. Just do one coat first. We are going to need to try the cornstarch. Maybe. It's noticeable, just not as noticeable as I want it to be. Putting it in it, put it in a different well. Get a little knife to do little mounts. Leave it out. How much I'm gonna need. I am so cheap with my paints. I'm like stressing because I might get a little blob. It's funny. Puddle could spread out or dry faster. I don't think I should be trying it on the canvas. Well, here, I could try it on the back. See how well it works. Well, it seems like it works on the back, but that's all white. Try it out so I can turn this back over without getting paint all over the table. I did scrub all the paint off the table though. It's my table. I can make it as messy as I want. I just don't want a messy table. I would like to have it a solid color though, other than this brown, so that I can do. Oh, there, that's kind of working, but I don't know if it's losing its metallic at that point. It loses a little bit of the shine. Just got to be careful not to do it too thick. Okay, still translucent, but it's got a soft. You won't be able to see it that I can't get it under that camera without moving it. Let's do this temporarily. There. Translucent, but it shows up. So yeah, it's good. Guess we're going to be doing that. has enough shine left on it. Works well. It actually uses a little more paint, but probably not any more than it would if I had to do 2-3 coats anyway, so I like it. Let's use up what's in this well before it dries. I think this is the narrowest space I have to work in. Can't tell. I have bad depth perception, which is why highlighting and shading isn't always fun for me. Looks like I could still end up needing 2 coats anyway. If I do, I could go through with a single coat of like gold without the cornstarch in it for a second one, which I think would work for me. It's not really popping yet. I don't have the black in it. That might change how things react. Isn't it? Howdy, whoever joined. I'm just working on doing the metallic outlining of these shapes on both sides of it. Kind of make them pop a little, as opposed to just having a simple line there. I've started on the gold, which isn't as noticeable as the other. Tunes in the background as normal. So we'll do 1 layer of the gold with the cornstarch in it. What happened here? And then I'll go back through with the gold again and just do another layer on top and bring back the shine from the gold that I'm losing with the cornstarch. I still have some shine, but it's not the pop that I want. So I'll go back through with gold without cornstarch for the second layer. And the plan is to do the silver on this fourth quadrant. There we go. I have StreamYard link pinned if anybody wants to just join, because it's easier to chat that way. Or you could sit in the background. It's all up to you. Something's... So I kind of want to look real close and then see something different later. Kind of funny. And they're gone. hope that wasn't too much. Nope, it's enough, it looks like. I don't think I need the heat anymore. I haven't seen for a while is Annie. I'm not even sure why. I hope it wasn't something I said or did. I am a person who likes to work out things. When I make a mistake, I'm very quick to want to work it out. So if I do something to someone, it's nice to know, to be brought aware of it, and then be able to work on it, because I'm not a person who just runs into a problem and then runs from it. I like people enough and care enough about people to work it out. I'm not saying that's what's going on with Annie. I'm just saying in general, I tend to say and do things that offend people once in a while and don't realize it. I'm not saying that's what happened with Annie at all, because I don't know. I haven't seen Annie. Gold is lighter. I mean, that's natural. I almost wish I had these colors before, because then I could have planned a better balance. Could go through and change something. It's not like it can't be changed. I'm really worried about not seeing Annie. I hope she's okay. I don't know how Canada's doing up there. She's kind of stranded. So I don't know how they deal with that. If they get depressed from that or not. I would. But then again, some people do like quiet places to live too. You never know. Mona's probably still working her butt off, giving herself migraines. It's a lot of work for one person on a limited income to do. Because not only does she have to set things up, she has to round up funds to set them up. I don't know how she does it. I really don't. Go get her, I guess. It looks kind of funny, doesn't it? It doesn't have the black line dividing the sides of it yet. So I have to keep reminding myself, no, the black line's not there yet. That's why it looks so weird. And wait to do the black line. So after I do the second coat on it, since I have to go back in and touch up lines, and it's usually when I'm doing lines or thin lines next to each other, like I did in the background of this, is I have to go back and touch up another line because I've sneezed or jerked or something wrong and got it too wide in a spot and have to go cover it up something I didn't want covered and go back at it again, clean up the lines a bit. Even though this piece isn't about having perfect lines, still I don't want to have lines getting lost and overwhelmingly unbalancing my picture. Hey, Brett. I just saw you there. Hold on, I can't read from here. Gotta pull up my other thing. And it hasn't caught up here yet. Hold on. There. Oops. I think it's there. It wants to hide it. I see another thing there. Morning Black Widow. Okay. I am not the Black Widow. What a horrible name to be stuck with. I'm joking. No, I'm not joking. I'm not a Black Widow, but I'm joking that it's upsetting. It's kind of funny, actually. It's because if anybody doesn't know the story about the Black Widow, I was talking about getting some pygmy goats, and I didn't want to have to feed them, so I wanted to milk one. So I was going to get it pregnant so I could milk her and then kill off the male for food. That's the story behind the Black Widow. I'm dealing with the aftermath of an allergy breakout I had yesterday. So I got a little bit of a headache, dry throat from breathing through my mouth. But other than that, I'm okay. I did have my talk with the person here, and Texas is back on the table, even though it's next to nowhere land. But that's okay. I think I would have to get like a electric scooter or something to get to town later on. I'm thinking of when I get back from Quartzsite, I'll still be able to travel Greyhound or with friends. So I'm thinking when I get back, selling my truck and doing a greenhouse and doing medicinal herb to contribute to the community. Might go back to the pygmy goat idea too. So we might not eat the male. Yeah, I don't know if it's completely environment related or a combination of something I eat that triggers the environment ones. Really don't know. The fact that I'm better today and it's still the same environment tells me that food triggers it. Just don't know what food. And I hope it's not dairy because I went enough years without dairy. Tomatoes I might be able to deal without. But dairy, oh. I grew up, instead of water, we had well water and it sucked. So I grew up with this horrible tasting well water. And I ended up just drinking milk all the time. So I was up to like a gallon of milk a day at that time. Till milk got expensive. Well, yeah. I used to buy it a lot when I was raising the kids. I guess when they were gone, I quit. I'm not drinking it as much. Well, maybe it was a gallbladder thing. 20 years ago, long time ago to remember. And that's when I had my gallbladder out. Couldn't have dairy or tomatoes anymore. Might be too much. Let's take that little chunk out. Nirvana. I think it's funny you turn on Pink Floyd radio and get Nirvana. To me, those two don't seem the same genre, but maybe they are. Yeah, I'm still doing a little sniffing because it's dryish and uncomfortable. Always done sniffing though. I guess I was born with some kind of sinus problem that had never gotten checked out fully. But I notice when I'm talking on the phone, I can hear myself sniffing. So what's up? Did you stream last? You did stream last night. I started to watch it, but the chat wasn't there yet, and you were laughing at some things, and I didn't like. I'll have to remember to go back and watch it. Like, what's he laughing at? But I subscribed to the freaking channel. What was it? The freaking network? I subscribed to the freaking network. Should be fun. Then I watched the first video. Leave no trace behind motto. There we go. What is this song? It sounds like a Ring of Fire. It is. Eric Burdon and the Animals. The Ring of Fire. I'm like, that's a new version. All right, let that dry a little bit and we'll go in and do the gold again without the cornstarch. I hope the silver is not this translucent. So I was a little confused on that first video. Was that from a rally? Or is this some place where people are camping and they had to move to another location? So that the the stream on the new channel or the stream on your current channel? Because I didn't finish watching it. Yeah, I wanted to know what you were laughing at. And I'm like, dang, I'll have to watch it later. What's really cool about this paint being translucent is I signed this piece when I thought I was going to use it as a pattern piece, and the signature is not fully covered. It's kind of cool. That's gonna drive me crazy if that silver is not very solid. The video is Milk River, the backup border blockade. Oh, backup border. What does a backup border blockade do? They keep people from going over? Or was this, or were you blocking it as part of the protest so something couldn't get over? What's really cool about this phone is the emotes are popping like they're 3D. Kind of weird. Anyway. When I put these phones down, menus pop up. I'm glad it didn't do it twice, or it would have muted you. And then I would have had to make you a mod just to get you back on. Actually, it doesn't work that way. We found out with Annie when I accidentally gave her a timeout. I made her a mod, hoping that would let her talk, but she still had to wait the 5 minutes out. It was kind of funny, actually. I'm going to leave that on there. I put paint on the end of these so I can match the color, and something in me wants to peel it off. There we go. Now, plain one. Without getting my hand in. Yeah, that's restoring the full shine. Not really making it solid, which is what I didn't want. I don't want it solid. It's working. Nice. Dust in the wind. The only concert I ever went to as a teen, Kansas Leftoverture. And it was one of the 3 that Nazareth opened for them. And I actually went to go see Nazareth. My friend wanted to see the Kansas. I didn't even really know Kansas, and I wasn't a cool kid. I didn't know what was cool back then. I just know what I liked. So I went to go see Nazareth. It was Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Farmers and truckers and a bunch of citizens shut down our own international border. Cool. Did it do anything? Did it succeed in any way? Because I know we thought about doing that too. Perfect, actually. I think when the truckers discussed it, they said, well, we learned from Canada. We can't do what they did. It didn't work. And that's why I think they didn't block our downtown DC. At least the first time. When they went down there the first time, they had done that. I think it just driving around in the loops. But when we went back, I thought that's what we were going to do the second time. And then it just disbanded, and I didn't want to go with the angry mom. I was set to do it. They want to make a deal about poop buckets when you're blocking it out of downtown D.C. What you gonna do? But instead, they just go sit down there and wave their flags. They didn't even have a table so people can grab information. They didn't do anything. They waved some flags and talked to a few people. I was really glad that I didn't go with them. Although, when I went to the Freedom Convoy website and they were driving around doing all those rallies, I thought, wow, that's something I could have got my head into. Except, it wasn't funded like the other one was. They didn't have enough money to pay for fuel. So that would have been something I wouldn't have been able to do. You got to have money to do stuff. Anyway. Yeah, got the world to wake up in a bit. And spurred protests around the world. Also entirely changed conversations being had. Very few people knew or talked about World Economic Forum prior to protests. Good morning, Uwe. Hey, ho. I don't think I had the opportunity to block DC. They would get in here. Well, yeah, we would have been in huge trouble. But if they'd done it from the very, very beginning, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we would have been in trouble. That's no doubt. I mean, they're not going to just say, oh, look, there's people outside and leave it be. I don't think that would have ever happened. But, yeah. I think it would have had more of a voice and gave people more courage. What they did just really, I feel like it destroyed the movement in a way. They did the second time. The first time it did bring awareness to those who saw it. Of course, our mainstream media didn't want to cover any of it. So not everybody even knew it happened. How you been, Uwe? After January 6th, come on, phone. The U.S. couldn't have done what we did in Canada. Sea is a sovereign place removed. Yeah. The U.S. would have been far more successful blocking borders. It screws with the money, screwing with the money, it gets our attention. I'm recovering from a bad allergy day yesterday. My throat's a little sore. I still keep wanting to sniff, even though nothing, it's just dry. But, yeah. The problem is they want to block our food supply and stuff anyway. I think they would be happy if we blocked off all our supplies. Kind of weird. I think that's part of why truckers are reluctant to stop work too, because people will be hungry. I think I was rewatching my videos and they mentioned something and I should have looked it up at the time and I can't find it again. Like something about Obama did an executive order that political prisoners or domestic terror type political prisoners don't get a hearing at all or aren't entitled to one for some reason. They don't get the same treatment as a normal prisoner. And I tried to look it up, couldn't find it. Wishing I had done it sooner. It's buried in another order. So it's not like it's blatant. But I was thinking about the people down at DC about the January 6th prisoners, and I'm thinking, well, if that executive order is still standing, that would explain why they haven't gotten a hearing and might never get a hearing, which I think would be very, very wrong. But if it's still in that executive order and still in effect, there's a good chance that's why they're not getting one, and we might have to go after that instead of just protesting outside the jail. But I could not find it at all. So, don't know. All right, yeah, I was only going to paint a few hours today, but if they don't show up to do the solar work that I was going to do, then I'll probably be on longer. They did change things a lot after January 6th. I just think it's wrong that they don't get a hearing, unless they're calling them political prisoners and they fall under an executive order that I can't seem to find. Somebody said it might be buried in the I can't even say that word. Guantanamo Bay documents, or one of the other ones that relate to political prisoners from a specific area. But we have a tendency here to tie things into bills that it shouldn't be tied into. For example, in California, when they wanted to be able to supply kids with abortions, they hid it in the high school health program. And by the way, California has another bill they're doing abortion on top of the 2223 that they're trying to fight. Again, Newsom wants California to be the abortion capital of the world. I think that's a little weird. Why would you want? Well, I can think of a bunch of reasons. They do use it for medical testing, putting it in products for various reasons. That would make them financially wealthy. Except, and it has to be making them financially wealthy because they want to pay someone from another state to come to their state for the abortion, and they're going to give them food and hotel. So it's obvious there's other reasons, and that it'll probably bring them financial benefit in the long run. The music died again. I'm not sure why. Maybe I reached the end of the playlist. Should Give me a second here. Use up this little patch of paint before it dries up. And there we go. I don't know how well the gold shows up. Looks like it showed up fairly well. The next step is to do a black line down the middle of it. Instead of doing 3 lines like I did on these, I did the copper, the black, and then the copper. I just did a wide line on the gold and put the black line down the middle. Wow. That sun is really heating me up. I gotta kill it. Whew. That means I gotta open these other windows up. It's so weird. It's getting down close to the 40 and under 40 at night here. And then it just heats up upper 70s and makes everything really hot. Okay, I'm gonna have to cut in front of this camera. Oh, wow. It's cool in here. Cool there. Wow, that sun really heated everything up fast. I need more windows on this other side to open, but the other one doesn't have a screen and it's a big giant window like they had an AC in it or something. I gotta go out and open this door. Can't really. I'm gonna open that other shield thing up to get a cross breeze because it's the only other windows are directly across and it has a big shield over it. So I'll be right back. Screen. I don't know if you can hear the birds outside, but they're sounding pretty. Now I can open those 2 windows. A little more of a cross breeze. Oh, that's better. It was getting warm and it was getting warm fast. Oh, you can hear the birds. Cool. So what's up in your life? You're home? Covering? There's a lot of people who say that the FBI started the January 6th thing. I don't know. I don't say anything for a fact unless I've heard it from their mouth and can link and document it. Just the rest of it's just guessing. I think I should go ahead and do the silver. Oh, it hurts. Supposed to be working on the solar this afternoon, so yeah, home on Monday. An appointment to make an appointment for the surgery. And then how long will you have to be in the hospital for the surgery? Two weeks? Oh man. That does not sound like a pleasant time to me. House isn't cleaned. Then rehab for 3 to 4 weeks. Good God. And the silver is translucent also. I'm just going to do 2 coats of it without the cornstarch. Looks like I'll be able to do that. Looks kind of white. I don't think I could stand being laid up that long. But I guess if you didn't get it done, you'd be laid up even longer. Like permanently if you didn't get it done. I had realized when I started this piece that the translucence, these would be so translucent, I would have done a silver in the opposite corner. It's the gold, since they're both lighter colors than the copper and the bronze. Fast. Good morning, Mona. How you doing today? Trying out the metallics on this painting I started. Trying to be okay with the fact that I don't have my lighter colors in the opposite corners and that they're beside each other. But I had already started with metallic a while back on this. Probably planned on making them solid at that time, but I don't think I want them solid. So I just have to make do. Maybe after I get the black lines into this other side, it'll look better. If I don't fix it, I could go solid on this side. Maybe the other side semi-translucent. I can't ditch this headache. All right. See you, Uwe. Oh, there's Mona. Howdy.
Hello, dear.
How you doing?
Well, yesterday I met with my production manager
Uh-huh.
and my MC.
Yeah.
We got the show all laid out, got all the entertainers signed up and lined up, and got the stage and the sound system and the lighting all taken care of.
Wow.
We're putting out a call for sidewalk patriots now.
Yep.
To get the people to line the streets, and
Yep.
fly flags like they did on the overpass patriots.
Yep.
These are sidewalk patriots. And
Cool.
got Soup Mama coming in. She'll be here on the 3rd. Got permission for her to go into the property early and set up, because it
Nice.
appears that she's going to be doing the cooking for the Reawakening tour. Is still being held at the Freedom Experience Theater.
Okay.
As of yesterday, they had 700 tickets left out of 2,000.
Nice.
And I got that from the horse's mouth, okay?
Yep.
The man who owns the theater. I figure he probably knows.
Yep.
But Soup Mama's doing all the cooking for them, too.
Oh.
I think they're doing a sack lunch deal. So she wanted to come in to Black Oak Amphitheater on the 3rd so she could get the kitchen completely set up.
Right.
And be ready to do breakfast on the 4th for us. And then the sack lunches, we could actually tote them over because they're going to actually be at the theater. So they've got a concession stand inside. So she doesn't have to worry about the tent or anything in the parking lot there. She can set it all up at the concession stand. So got that done.
Yay.
I'm working on a reefer truck.
Oh, she doesn't have one?
Well, we're trying to not have to haul it all the way from Pennsylvania to here.
Oh.
So I'm looking to see if we can't find one here. And I'm telling everybody, because it's she said breakfast is the most important. So I kind of put it out there to people, hey guys, you're being able to camp for 9 days for $20.
Right.
Stop at the store and pick up some eggs, bacon, sausage, and bread and bring it with you.
Okay.
Pancake mix. Breakfast foods.
Yep.
If everybody brought in a sack of breakfast food to feed themselves and 4 more, okay, we'd have plenty. So, and then the potluck thing, that's on the 8th. So everybody's going to eat what everybody brings.
That works.
I went into the stores in downtown Branson because that's the section I want to be able to take pictures of and film and all of that.
Yeah.
That's Old Town, Main Town, Branson, and I'm we're going to be single file basically coming up through there. It's a single lane area.
Yep.
And all the business owners was excited. They said they would go get some extra stick flags so they could give the tourists a flag, to fly.
Yep.
And we're putting an ad out that says, come support, come show us some love. Let's line the streets of Branson on the 9th and wave our flags. So I just got that poster delivered to me by email. I got to send it off for printing. And then I have a lady who's going to go around town and put them everywhere. I'm just going to have little 5x7s done. So half a sheet so I can make more that way.
Yep.
And that way the stores can put them in the windows and we can take them and put them on, get the bulletin boards for the churches and all.
Cool.
Get people out on the sidewalk. And I've got Marshall badges. I called the local party store.
And
she had a whole sack of little Marshall badges in different colors. Okay.
We'll have fun.
To give the kids.
It could be little marshals.
Yeah, well, they're getting little sticker police badges. Okay, the police department's going to come badge them. Okay, at the event. Okay,
Yep.
They're going to get little sticker badges. When they turn in their money, they get a promotion and they become a marshal.
Oh, nice.
I know it's not much, but for a kid, it's a lot.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, I went and collected X number of dollars. I became a cop marshal. Whatever. I've raised enough kids to know that will thrill them. They will be happy with that. It's something they can take home and keep, unlike just the sticker. So, and they're going to call the cuss cops are going to be following the I can't think of the word I'm looking for. The color guard. Okay. The color guards are going to march in from both dugouts. Okay. Meet at home plate and march to the stage. Okay. And then the cuss cops are going to come in and they're going to march. They're going to come up on stage, march up on stage. And they're actually going to assist the MC in the Star Spangled Banner after he introduces the cuss cops and their project for that day.
Oh, fun.
And then we've also got because we had that 1 hour lag from the time the Veterans Village closes until the show begins. So we're going to have the MASH Olympics for that hour. Gunny sack race, 3-legged race, wheelbarrow race, and the pony race. Just like they did on MASH when they had their MASH Olympics. People pair up. You got to work with a partner. Because like on the gunny sack race, one team member gets in the gunny sack with a blindfold on. And the other team member has to guide them to the finish line. By voice. And then on the wheelbarrow race, the person guiding the wheelbarrow is blindfolded.
Oh.
And the person they're guiding has to tell them, slow down, I'll go to the right, we're going to the left, we're guide them in. So it makes it funny.
Sorry.
It makes it funny, But they need to pick their partners wisely because the last two teams has to be in the pony race, which means one of them's got to be sitting on the other one's shoulder.
Yep.
So it'll be something to do for fun while people are getting seated, and the early arrivals or whatever. That was Ed's idea. I give Ed the total credit for that.
Cool.
But now I got to go find king size pillowcases or dog food bags. I can't find no gunny sacks.
Yeah.
So I figured pillowcases will work, and I can get them at the thrift store. Yeah, king size pillowcases.
I just realized why I had wider gap on that other section is because I painted onto the white, and this time I didn't paint onto the white.
I believe in mesh they use sleeping bags instead of gunny sacks.
Yeah, that'd be really expensive.
Yeah. So we're just looking at getting 10 teams for that.
Right.
I'll sign up 10 teams. I was going to try to put it as branches of service,
Uh-huh.
One team represents the Army, one team represents the Marine Corps, so forth and so on. So that you're pitting the different branches of service against each other,
which is always fun.
Yeah. So I got to work out all of those logistics yet, but the show is together.
Yay!
And he didn't put my notice in the Globe this week, so I got to call Rob and go, what happened? Did I get it in too late or something? So, and I'm still waiting on Carrie to send me the press release. So I can get that out to all the newspapers, radio stations, TV stations. I'm going to go down and see if I can't get I'm going to go talk, when I talked with them on the 26th at the radio show.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to see if they can come out and do a live from the ballparks.
One problem with doing a painting years after you started it is you forget what you did on one part. And you try to do something and you're like, oh, crap.
Does that thing kind of change colors as you turn it?
Yeah, there's a different metallic in each section.
Oh, okay.
So the gold kind of has a yellow cast. That kind of has a red-orange because it's copper. And then this one's bronze. It's kind of
wow.
And then the silver has kind of a white.
That is super cool.
Other areas, but I didn't realize I had gone into the white sections with the color before. Well, it's only that way on some of it. I don't know. But now I'm going to go into the gold section after I patch up some of the black on the copper. And then I'm going to put a line in the middle of each of the metallics. I got the gold done, so I'll be able to do the black line, but I'll have to do a second coat of silver when I get over that way. It doesn't have much open space. It's like it starts open space, and the open space kind of shrinks as you go, which is all right. And if I had known that the silver and the gold would have been translucent, I would have done a silver here maybe, and then done the bronze over here, but can't go back and fix it without making everything solid, and that's not what I want. I want the pattern to show through. The pattern is a turtle shell pattern. I don't know if you could see it.
Oh yes, I really I
I was gonna
like that.
I was gonna do the pattern piece, and I'm like, well, that's just too boring. So I taped off and did a spray paint, a stone finish spray paint lightly on it,
Yeah.
and then I'm outlining it. But
Looks
it is kind of cool. It does look like it's changing colors, though,
it,
doesn't it?
it does when you the different way you move it,
Yep.
okay? It gives it that motion.
Yep.
It's as if it has motion. I
Yeah.
like
Well, when it's still, it's kind of, you can see the different shadings. It's kind of
yes.
like highlighting it, but yet having a shine to it, kind of thing. It's fun. I enjoy working on it.
Well, hey.
I'm not a fan of straight lines, but I'll live with it.
Oh, flies are driving me nuts today.
Flies
That
drive me nuts every day.
I gotta have the door open a little while, you know.
Yeah. Did you have a cold or allergies or something?
Uh, it's oak pollen season.
Oh,
I
where's
don't
your
have it since
where's
I took honey hash. Okay, I don't have hardly at all. I mean, I used to literally get bronchitis from the oak pollen, big old sore red nose. And then I found honey hash, and since I've taken honey hash, I don't have allergies anymore.
what
Speak.
is honey hash?
Honey hash is the pollen, the direct pollen from the bees. When the
Okay.
bees collect the pollen, they roll it into a little ball. And my uncle, who lived in Arizona there, he lived down below Phoenix, he had horrible allergies and he was a beekeeper. So
Mm-hmm.
he devised a way that the bees would have to come into their hive, they would have to walk across the screen. Walking across the screen, they would lose some of their pollen.
Oh, cool.
And when you get, and he devised this thing, and now it's beaming do it everywhere. Uh, and I can go over to Silver Dollar City, and the guy who supplies the honey, the local honey for Silver Dollar City's honey hive,
Uh-huh.
okay, also collects the bee pollen and it's sold in little jars as honey hash. And you
Nice.
start out by taking the balls will be different colors. It all depends on what that bee particularly carried, what flower it got its pollen from.
Right. That's why you
And
have to get local honey when you treat yourself.
yes, and what you do is you start out with one little bitty ball, okay? And you take it. The next day you take two. You take another one of the one you took the first time and a new one. And you do that until you're up to like a teaspoon of honey hash, and
Uh-huh.
you've got all the different colors in there. And you take that for about a year, and you won't have allergies anymore
For your area, anyway.
for your area. Yeah, but that's why it's
Kind
got
of
to be.
hard with nomads because it's like I could take something for an area, but it would take a long time to do it, and I'm not there that long.
Well, the new one that he's got out, because he's got a mixture of different. There's all these different colored pollens in it. There'll be 10 different colors of pollen in the honey hash jar, and it covers most of the typical allergies.
Wow.
Like if you're typically allergic to cedar, or you're allergic to ragweed,
Oh,
or
I'm hyper allergic to ragweed.
yeah. See, we have ragweed here too, so it's actually you're actually eating the pollen that's collected by the bees.
Cool.
So yeah, once I took a year's dose of honey hash, I haven't had. I'll get a little bit of a runny nose or something when the car turns yellow. You
Yeah.
know, pollen's so thick that you got to use your windshield wipers to see through your windshield. Yeah, I'll still get a little bit of a runny nose and a slight scratchy throat. But that's from direct pollen dust. You go outside and it's just so thick you can't. You're
Right.
breathing it in. But I haven't had bronchitis now in probably 15 years.
Nice.
So, uh, But I thought I would drop in and tell you how the show thing went.
That's good.
I can pull up here. Give me a minute, and I'll pull up the list of the entertainers. He got us a pretty nice list. He really did. Uh, okay. I've got Dr. Dale Smith and Antonia, who are my MCs. Antonia Robinson. Then there's Steve Spurgeon, The Melodies, Nathan Young, Mark Bailey, Eddie Beasley, Bobby Allen, Barbara Fairchild, Roy and Sammy Johnson from the Hometown Girls, Sue Ann O'Neill Clark from the Freedom Encounter Theater, Mike Walker from the Motown Group, the Mork Family, Mike McAdoo, David Brooks, and Melanie Hart Family.
Okay. Are they all country singers?
No, I got one's a Motown group, one's rock and
Yeah,
roll. See, I've got a gospel group in here. A little bit of everything,
cool.
you know. And
Yeah.
they're members of shows here in Branson. So
Okay.
you know, it's kind of like you're getting a little bit of all the different shows
Taste
around.
of Branson. Yep.
It's entertainment. It's a
Yep.
free show.
Yep.
What more can you ask for? I mean, I can't get Garth Brooks for free. You know?
Right.
So
you can't get a lot of people for free.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah, I'm not up on current musicians and stuff. I don't really have a radio on all the time.
Yeah.
I just play the stuff I already know. So I'm not up on who's out where anymore. Well, I don't think I ever was. High school, I was talking earlier in high school, I went to see Kansas Leftoverture concert, but it was because I was going to see Nazareth, which opened for them. One of the 3 shows they ever opened for anyone.
Well, I was real happy when he told me that his dad, Eddie, was going to come. Eddie Beasley. Eddie Beasley lost his legs in Vietnam. Okay.
Oh.
And for 17 years, well, no, because it's been 2 years. So for the first 15 years of Veterans Week,
Mm-hmm.
I always had to bend over to give him a hug. 2 years ago, he got his new chair that raises up.
Ah.
It works like a Sedgway. Okay,
Mhm.
goes wherever his body wants it to move. And he come in the door, and for the first time in 15 years, I had to reach up and hug his neck.
Well, nice.
And they were playing a waltz, and him and I actually got to dance together.
Oh, that's cool.
So, I was crying. Tears of joy was just running down my cheeks that Eddie was standing up and dancing with me. That was, for me, that was a huge, huge deal. So,
Probably for him too.
yes, it was. I know it was. And he's wrote this song about his angel. It's a song about how his wife, was his nurse at the VA hospital when they met.
Yeah, that's cool.
And it talks about how she took him out of the bottle and gave him a reason to live, and it tells the whole story in the song.
Wow.
He's going to do that he's going to be doing that at the Hootenanny. So
that's exciting.
That'll
be good for the convoy recoveries too.
Oh yes. It's And all of these people are choosing a complete 15-minute patriotic format. You know, so I'm just anticipating that the coach show's going to go over really big. Everybody's going to get enough to eat from the potluck tailgate party. And I'll be announcing that all during Veterans Week. They'll be announcing it at the um, at the Great American Awakening tour. Uh, People are going to make sure that gets. Rick's going to make sure it gets announced. He's going to put the posters up at the theater. And since
So
he
they'll,
is the show director for the Hootenanny, I'm sure, and the owner of the theater, I'm sure they're going to know about the Hootenanny
yep.
and the Convoy of Honor. So, uh, and he is the owner. And I asked him yesterday, I said, I'm not buying a ticket because I got to be busy other places. I says,
Hmm.
but I want to come backstage and meet Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr. and Mike Lindell. He says, Mona, I think I can arrange that.
Nice.
Thank you, Ricky. Appreciate it because I don't need to get a seat. I already know what they're going to talk about. Okay. I'm fully aware about the poisonous jab and the other things.
Yeah.
So I've
Well, I
got to,
think most people attending are.
yeah, but I've got to stay busy doing what I've got to do.
Yep.
I can just run over, and go backstage and just say hello, hi, you know, you're my idols, I love you, and leave. Then I can go back and do my work. But I can get their names signed on my hat.
There you go.
And I got a bug tussling card for them.
Woohoo!
I want to bug tussle Mike Lindell and General Flint.
Wouldn't it
I
be
think
cool if
that
they
would be
bring you up on stage to do all that?
no, I'll bug tussle them personally backstage. You know, but that will be fun. And I'm learning through this. It's not what you know, it's who you know.
Well, that's been a popular saying. It's like I don't really know famous people.
Well, my thing is that everybody knows me. I may not know them, but I've been here for so long, doing things for so long that everybody knows me.
There you go. In
So,
Pennsylvania, it was like that. In fact, I'd go camping all the way down to West Virginia and still be running into people I knew.
yeah.
And my kids are like, "Do you know the whole world?" And I'm like, "No." So when we started traveling over towards Arizona, less and less people I knew. They realized Mom doesn't know the world.
My daughter came down to visit me one time, and that was right there when the movie Gordy the Pig came out. Well, part of Gordy the Pig was filmed here in Branson.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so Glenn Campbell decided to have a pig calling contest for the release of the Gordy movie. And he called me up and he said, Mona, would you like to be in my hog calling contest? Well, of course, And he kept me for last. He'd call these people up and they would, do their hog call. And he says, all right, cousin Jesse, you've been raised out on the farm. She says, how do you call pigs? I said, well, Glenn, I said, you realize I got 9 brothers.
What?
Yeah. I says,
You
it's
can
really,
define them as pigs.
I got 9 brothers. So when I call the pigs, I step out the front door and go, breakfast. Everybody else was doing the soup pig, honk, honk, soup pig, whatever. I get up there and go, oh, I got 9 brothers. I know how to call the pigs. You just step out the front door and go, breakfast. And then we were sitting before the thing started. My daughter Erica and I were sitting there, and Erica goes, Mom, is that Boxcar Willie? I said, yeah. I turned around. I said, hey, Box. He goes, yeah, Mona. Yeah, cousin Jesse. They always call me cousin Jesse. Yeah, cousin Jesse. I said, this is my daughter, Erica. She wanted to say hi to you. He said, well, hi there, Erica. And then Debbie Campbell came out on the ramp area, and she looked over at me. She goes, Mona. Hey, no, hey, cousin Jesse. I said, yeah, Debbie, what? She says, you coming to the house for, we're having a big chili cook-off at the house. You gonna come? I said, yeah, I'll be there. And my daughter was overwhelmed with, fandism.
Yeah.
She looked at me and she goes, Mom, we're gonna go to Debbie Campbell's house. I said, yeah, she got a nice big backyard. She goes, you know Debbie Campbell? I said, I know Glenn Campbell too.
Yeah.
And she was just tickled that we was going to go to their house and eat. So she got to meet a bunch of the stars because it was the Stars of Branson pig calling contest. So I was very happy to be included in that. That was fun. But I was more happy about taking my daughter to that, showing off my kid. So, yeah, I've got Barbara Fairchild and Roy, and I've known Barbara since she came to town. In fact, I was invited to her and Roy's wedding. So, Rick said that when he called Barbara up, she goes, oh, I'll do anything for Mona. Heck yeah, we'll be there. And Keith Allen's boy, he's Keith, his dad, he used to do an Elvis impersonation show here.
Okay.
Now he's doing Neil Diamond, and he's featured on my CD of the Ragged Old Flag 911. His dad is. But this boy, I knew this boy before this boy was born. And I told him the story. I said, well, your mama went into labor too early. And I took your mama to the hospital. And I was sitting in there watching the sonogram. And you was swimming backwards. You didn't come out. You was literally moving your hands and swimming back in. You didn't want out. He goes, yeah, Mama told me that story. I said, yeah, honey, you was a swimmer before you were born. So, it's like kind of neat to have people that you really know climbing up on a stage and singing.
Yeah.
We got scheduled for Steve. Steve's going to actually sing as our fight song, Let's Save America, as the color guard comes in.
Cool.
He's going to open the show with that song, and then I've got him scheduled to close the show. The last 15 minutes belongs to him. So I haven't told him that yet, but he just knows he's going to be in the show. He just doesn't know that, hey man, you're going to close the show with Wake Up in America. Right? You can do a couple songs before you do that one, but you're going to end the show with that song, and you're going to open the show with Let's Save America.
Well, if he happened to tune into an artist feed, he would know. The chance of him tuning into this feed is very slim, but
no, he emailed me. He messaged me yesterday wanting to know where he was scheduled.
I'm saying you would. The surprise would be spoiled if he tuned in. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah. I'm gonna. He was wanting to know if I got things arranged with the police departments and fire departments. That's what he talked to me about yesterday. I got it all set up for you, babe. I even got you a chauffeur that's going to drive you and the three people, his film crew and team. My sister's going to drive them around to all the police stations and fire departments.
Cool.
So he doesn't have to worry about where is he going. So, uh, but I haven't told him that he's gonna sing to the marching in color guard. He's gonna start the song, and then we'll start the color guard coming up, and the cuss cops. And I thought that Dale had a great idea when he said we're going to bring the cuss cops up on stage and introduce them, and I'm going to have them help me sing the national anthem. I'm going to have the kids help me. So all of my cuss cops is going to get a moment in the spotlight on the stage. I think that is just super cool.
Very cool. They'll love that.
Oh, I'm going to love it too, you know?
They'll be like, I'm on the YouTube or whatever they're streaming on.
Yeah. It'll probably be more Rumble because of the fact that it's going to have music. So,
Oh, yeah.
you know.
Well, the artists are there. They can sign off. If you put it in the info, they shouldn't shut it down.
Yeah.
So, like, if I had to worry about that, I would be putting apologetics on because it's one band and I can play that.
Yeah.
But as long as it's in the background, I'm not monetized, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but
Trying to resell it.
But One American No Party, he just plays it on Rumble. Wizzy would just shoot it over to Rumble. Okay. Same way with Saznek wouldn't be able to. Saznek only does YouTube. But all they have to say is, I do not own the rights to these songs.
Yep.
In their thing. Okay. And because it's performed live, it's not like recorded music here.
Right.
Okay. So it'll never be the same as it was with the artist. And these artists all have ASCAP licenses to do other people's songs.
Okay.
So, the music director, Rick Beasley, he actually pays ASCAP and BMI. He has to pay dues to them every year in order to have a live theater show where covers are sang. So,
right. My head's still hurting. I had to take a lot of medications yesterday, and they still didn't work. So now I have
mine's getting ready to. I've got this dull headache starting in the back of my head, and I know it. I need to. I haven't had a cup of coffee yet today. I've been busy. Okay. I had to get a hold of the Black Oak Mountain Amphitheater people so Soup Mama can come in a day early. I had to get a hold of Silver Dollar City concerning the Whitewater parking lot, and still ain't got a confirmation on that.
Oh, wow.
I had to get the badges. I asked Silver Dollar City, and they wanted me to have a letterhead and fill out a whole big form in order to get 20 little plastic Silver Dollar City Marshall badges.
Mm-hmm.
That's when I just called Party Magic and asked her, and she said, oh, yeah. She says, and they're all different colors. I says, well, that's great, $3.99 for 100 badges.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Or, no, maybe it's 50 badges, maybe 50 badges. Okay, but for $3.99. And the kids will be happy to get their little badges.
Right.
As participation gifts. I have show tickets for 6 people for the Haygood show. I have, for the first place prize, I have 2 meal tickets for Golden Corral for the second place prize winner. And I have a t-shirt and a DVD from the Duttons for the third place winner. I know it's no TV, flat screen TV or anything like that,
but from a good event, it's memorabilia and a place to go.
yes. So I think that's going to make them happy enough. All I know is I still should be out gathering more. I got to get this press release, and I haven't heard from Carrie, so that's got me sitting on edge because I have to get that in plenty of time for it to get on the front page of the Globe.
Right.
And I know she was working on it 2 days ago, and I called, and her mailbox is full. So I sent her a message, because I emailed her the list of, she was waiting on the list of performers, and I just got that this morning to put in the press release. And I'm listing just those live streamers that I know are going to be here.
Right.
And many, many more is the way I put it. Because I know that Eric's Mechanic's coming. I know that Polish Agnes is coming. I know that Wizzy's coming. I know that Jesse's coming. Okay? And I know the G's are coming. So I put them down and then just put many, many more. Because once people find them on the live stream, they'll find the others.
Right.
So, especially with all of them title it something to do with the Convoy of Honor in Branson, Missouri.
What about Fry TV? Can you get it so that he will do a multicast on it?
Tommy Temper is.
Oh, okay. I don't know who all the multicasters are, but I can't watch a multicast. I want to hear them all at once, and that doesn't happen.
No, I actually, during the first part of the convoy, I would have 10 different pages up. I'd have 10 different YouTube pages up at one time. So I wasn't watching them on supportfreedom.net with Fry.
Right.
Because I wanted to actually hear all of them. I didn't want his particular pick of who we was going to be listening to.
Well, before the convoy, I only watched one at a time. During the convoy, I only watched to get the meetings if I couldn't go.
Yeah.
And that's about the only streams I watched when I was on the convoy. And then I came off the convoy and I didn't watch for a little bit. And then I am like, I really want to see what everybody's up to. So I started watching. And then it turned into a mess. I had to stop watching a lot of them.
Yeah. I mean, I was real friends with the rodents, okay? Before they started this bullshit. And I tried for a while to get it, go in on their chat, actually call Melanie and say, hey, you got to stop this. You're hurting everybody. You want to go after, I told him, if you want to go after a pedophile, go after one that ain't been caught.
Yeah.
Like Joe Biden.
Yeah.
And Hunter Biden. Go after the ones that ain't paying their dues. You're going after ones that have already served time for their crime.
Yeah.
You need to go after the ones that ain't served time.
It really wasn't about that because they were attacking people who aren't pedos,
Oh, just because they were in the presence of a pedo.
And it's like, what do you want me to do about it? I can't do anything. I didn't even know when I was on the convoy. I had not a clue.
Well, I kind of shut Lori up. She come in on my chat with me one day. And I said, well, look here. I hope you got lots of money. Because don't go to a concert until you have run a background check on all 10,000 people attending.
Yeah.
Don't go to a football game until you've run a background check on every single person in the stadium.
Right.
I said, oh, by the way, before you go in the grocery store, you need to make sure you do a background check on
Well,
everybody that's in
you
that
know, if
grocery
you
store.
check the list for people in your neighborhood, they're in your neighborhoods. They're in every neighborhood.
Yes, they are.
And it's like, kind of crazy.
But it's like G was saying the other day on his thing, he was about Bandit, you know. The man did prison time.
Right.
You know, when does it, you know, I don't like this pedophile thing. Like, I have a friend who got statutory rape, which means the girl told him, from to begin with, the girl told him that she was older than what she was. But he met her in a bar, okay? She was drinking. You know, you figure they're at least 21 if they're in a bar.
You'd think.
You'd think. Well, her parents filed statutory rape on him. And he will be a pedophile the rest of his life because he committed statutory rape. Hell, my first husband was a pedophile. He had to be. We got married when I was 15.
Yeah, my daughter got married when she was 14.
He
No,
was
16.
he was
She was 16.
He was 31 and I was 15. Okay?
Yeah.
When we got married. So I guess my husband was a pedophile.
Wow.
I didn't think I was emancipated an adult. I had emancipation papers. I was a legal adult at 15. So I guess he wasn't a pedophile.
There you go.
I climbed in that bed myself. No one drugged me in there.
Well, in other countries, well, I don't know about now, but way back in the older days, kids were getting married 13 and 14. It was a normal.
Miss Loretta Lynn.
What?
Loretta Lynn.
Oh, yeah.
And
She was
Mooney.
married young.
Okay. She never got my song recorded.
Coal Miner's Daughter. I remember seeing that movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, my daughter married at 16 to a 21-year-old Air Force.
You know, it's those ones that are raping babies, you know.
Yeah, that's not good.
But, you know, if you are out with a false ID in a bar and you pick up a guy and you have sex, it sounds to me like that ain't rape. That ain't a being a pedophile.
Unless at some point they let them know, but
yeah.
How are you supposed to know?
Well, he didn't check her up. You're supposed to check everybody's ID, you know? I guess. I didn't check IDs.
Well, I'm like, isn't a pedophile somebody who intentionally looks for someone young for certain things?
I would say.
They act younger or something. I don't know. So,
well, it's like in the case of Bandit, okay? His ex-wife didn't want to share custody. All right. So she had her daughter claim that he molested her. 3 years after the molestation was supposed to have taken place. There was no, hospital records, no evidence whatsoever. But they scared the hell out of him when they told him that if he went before a jury, he could get 60 years.
And that would be a person having to take his word for it on top of everything else. And it's hard for people who don't know him to do that.
But the thing is, as that situation happens with a wife scorned,
It can, yeah. But then and it's really hard because if you don't know a person, how would you trust it?
My
So
niece, my
they're
niece,
like ruined
yeah,
forever.
my niece claimed that my brother, not only did he molest her, he locked her in a closet for weeks on end. It's what she told the cops when they busted in the door. And that they told her that they did go look in that closet. Now she said she was locked in her bedroom closet, right? I want to see if you can get your body in that closet. She's got that closet so packed you couldn't get a shoebox in it, let alone a person. And they could see that there was no way to lock the closet door. Okay, it was all a lie. She was mad because she got caught with alcohol on the school bus. And my brother made her rake the entire 2-acre front yard with a rake. That was her punishment for taking alcohol on the school bus. And she wanted to get back at him, so she claimed that he molested her. The cops on the scene determined that this was not true. Okay? This is not true. But they still busted in the door, come on the farm like ninjas, and busted in the door, knocked Terry to the floor. JR wasn't home. Okay? Bullshit. Of course, Miss Little that turned around on Miss Little Casey because Terry immediately signed her custody over to the state, and her little ass went to Girls Town for 4 years. Probably the best thing they ever did for her, you know? So, yeah, I mean, anybody can claim that, but if you don't have proof,
Yeah.
uh,
I can't get my head to stop hurting. My lines are definitely looking different. But that makes a difference.
I really like that one. I think that one has a lot of character. And you could hang it on the wall in a different direction and have a different picture every day.
Yep, you could. It would have to be wired to be hung in different directions. And you know what? I mailed out that one painting I sold, the floral with the multicolored background, and I forgot to wire it for hanging. I felt like an idiot. But oh well.
I'm sure that they can afford a couple at the
Look,
Dollar Tree. You can get a whole picture
yeah.
hanging
Well, she
kit for $1.
sent a message that she loved it. So
Yeah, I'm sure that never even crossed her mind.
no, some people just hang them from the
Wood.
painting frame.
Yep.
Oh shoot, I messed that up. I'm gonna wash it off. I messed it up big time.
Well, girl, I'm gonna back out of this studio,
Alrighty.
get dressed, and go get me a cup of coffee. I am dying here. About to have
Okay.
a big headache. Love you.
Alright.
Take it easy. Stay safe. Stay calm. And breathe. Okay.
Okie doke.
All right.
We'll see ya. Thanks. Kind of quiet today, ain't I? Definitely gonna have to go back and fix some of these lines. back and get the gold into this white spot. There we go. So you can see where you need to go back in with the gold and get on the white spot. It definitely made it pop out different. Before it just looked sort of yellowish. Now it's got a pop. Do this over. My head won't stop hurting. Oh, there. I see. Oh, look. I'm sorry. I just looked up and saw the chat now, and it's not showing up here. TP for freedom. It's not showing up here. Hold on. I'll get there. Hi. Sorry. I just didn't see you earlier. I know a man is accused 5 years ago after he kept refusing to plead. They actually investigated the woman, admitted she made it up. He's cleared charges after reputation destroyed. Sorry I missed you, TP for freedom. I was really focused on painting and forgot to look up. Sorry. Oh, okay. One more space to do the black, put the black into. Then I have to go back into the gold, probably back into the silver. Touch it up. It looks like it gets kind of wider as it goes around, which is an interesting effect. I did do, or I could go back in and widen up the bronze in here, which might be a good idea because the black line actually cut out some of the edges. I think I will do that. I need to run to the restroom, so I'm going to put a note in the chat in case somebody joins. And then I'll put a note when I'm back, just in case. That way, you can see. It's going to take a while for it to post from this phone. This phone is just so slow. So I'll be right back. Post it. Oh. post that I'm back so we know that this ain't from a previous one. Yeah. Wow, that went faster. Okay. Wow. I might need to do more caffeine because I don't really want to pop ibuprofen. What time is it though? Wow, really? It's almost 1? Them visits sure make the work go faster. Thank you guys. Oops, wrong brush. Makes my work day go a lot smoother. It's blending a lot better once I get these black lines in. The picture seems to blend a lot better when I get these black lines in. You can see as I'm outlining it how it pulls it into the rest. Yeah, I'm going to have to go back in with the gold and the silver. Bolden up some of these spots, especially when I need to pull it down into the white more. Yeah, I like doing little lines. Not that I like the straight one, but I can do them. Kinda. I really don't want to leave that paintbrush in the water too long. Whoops, that's a lot of paint. So if anybody's curious about the piece with gouache, I'm waiting on sealer. I've got to seal the painting I did on it, because if I were to drip water, it erases the watercolor gouache. I don't even know. Now I'm wondering if they even make an acrylic one. I'll have to check. I know they make one for fabric, which is what was started on that piece. But I clicked acrylic paints and the gouache showed up, so I thought it was acrylic. Did not read the description better, which is my fault, not the seller. And so now I have gouache paints, watercolor, that I probably won't be using for any of my normal art. I'll be able to use it when I do art with kids or adults, just paint with people, which I do occasionally. It would be nice to be able to do that in Quartzsite a little bit this year. So I got 2 of the silver done. Looks like it's tying it in, but it's a little bit hard to tell. Yeah. Silver's a really bright color. I'm glad I decided not to go with the iridescent white. It would have been a little too bright for the whole thing. I don't know if you guys can hear the roosters or not. But it's going crazy right now. They act like guard dogs sometimes. They'll see somebody walking around and they'll crow at them. I had birds earlier today. I don't hear them now. That crowing, it almost sounds like one's out the other window, which wouldn't be. They're not free to roam outside their pen. They might be on different sides of the yard, though. I did open those windows in the back that I hadn't been opening for a while, so it might sound a little different. Sound like they're yelling at each other. Catching up with the news out there. Black looks like it. Let's see, put my finger on that line. I can't see too much yet. I may or may not be going back through with the black. I did it in the other areas, so I might go back and do it in this one. I'm going to get the black in and then touch up the silver and gold closer to the line, which would probably warrant going back in with the black again. Sometimes a little twitch and your line gets a little thicker than you want it to. And I do need the black lines to pop, so I'll probably be going back in with them a second time. Here a Kubota. If they're coming here or not. I know they're not working on the other house today. But the guys that are putting up fence for a goat yard, which by the way is not for goats for me. Somebody else decided they were doing goats. Brett has that Black Widow thing. Which is kind of funny. Because I was going to eat the male goat after he got the female pregnant. I got that one. It's okay. Somebody is collecting something at the pagoda. Maybe they're back. I better check. Oh, yeah, they're back. That's what's going on. Like, I thought I heard somebody in her vehicle. I'm like, I saw her walk past, so. So my plan is, once I get things set up here in Texas, after I get my stuff out of storage in Mesa, is to, whenever, if I still have an income by then, to travel towards the end of the month on 1 month on residual 1 month income, be able to travel back on the next month on the next month's income, because coming up with 2 months income at a time to travel. And it'll probably be Greyhound travel. As long as it's cheaper than vehicle. We'll see what happens this winter. This winter will determine many things. But in order to be able to do a greenhouse and contribute to the community, would require funds to build the greenhouse with, and that requires selling my truck to do it. Which I've already had the income that I use, part of the income I used for the truck, taken out of my check. They reduced my check 10% already for every month for 4 years to pay that back. And so if I sell the truck, which I use the funds for, Social Security again will count that as income, because I can't have over so much in resources. And again, hold back check from it, dollar for dollar. So I'll be paying twice for it. And if you don't report it, they'll just permanently remove your income forever. Which I can't chance at this time. Now, if this was making a steady income, but they call them starving artists for a reason. Buying art, many people see as a luxury. And so it's not something people see as a necessity. When things hit the fan, people are not going to be buying art as much. I'm really messing up now. So I'm not really sure how much of an income this will bring me. Things are getting bad. But I'm doing what I can right now and make it work. I would like to also teach some classes, not necessarily on painting techniques and getting good quality pictures and learning to paint flesh and skin and stuff like that. It would be more of using art to get used to the anxieties of changing your own life, because we're in more control of our lives than we like to think sometimes. And I teach a class on using that creativity and getting past the anxieties of each stage of creating. Because, when you get ready to move, there's the anxiety of how you're going to set up things. It's an anxious process. That's why moving is one of the top 10 stressors in life, because there's a natural anxiety that comes with creating and changing and doing things. So I would like to teach a class on that. I would also like to do a group for disabled people. There's the lady in Texas has a relative who had a stroke, and she's fairly young, and she just feels like she doesn't fit in with her age group anymore, because they're out doing things that she's not able to do right now because of her stroke. So having a group where you can meet other people and just get to where you can just accept each other and have friends at at your new level life. It's kind of a group or class, or whatever you want to call it. I would like to do also. Let that dry for a minute before I go back in and start with the gold or the silver. I'm not sure which one I want to start with. But it does kind of change as you turn it, as most abstracts do. Uh-oh. Something bumped something and hid a comment of somebody's. Oh, no, it's just hovering over. Okay. It does change as you turn it. That's pretty cool. So you can have a painting you can change day in and day out. As well as one of the others, I have a duo picture I have on Etsy that can be changed and switched up on a regular basis too. I kind of like these kind of things. Wow, that head really hurts. When you're uncomfortable at night, you toss and turn more than usual, which will a lot of times cause headaches and neck aches. Yeah, I'm not going to do the second run on the black right now. Even though I have a giant pool of it. Something to put over that, maybe. Yeah, a little dot. Just leave it. It's the brushed metal folk art anyway. I can get another bottle of that fairly easy. Oh my gosh. Now I'm going to have fun looking at it from different angles. You know what? The balance kind of worked out. The bronze and the gold are kind of lighter colors, even though they have a different hue to them. But at a distance, it works. Oh, I'm excited that it's working out so well. My signature did get hidden in the process down in here. I'll have to redo it. I was kind of hoping it would kind of peek through. But as I coated, it didn't. Oh my gosh. This camper does have a optional heat. It does have cooling and a fan, which is probably broke. The oven doesn't work. The hot water tank doesn't doesn't work. I mean, the fridge, the pilot doesn't work. I don't really know where to put the flame to light it up. Although I am seeing, I might be able to figure it out. I would like to get this fridge working basically because it's got a freezer and I can make ice cubes. Right now I'm using my 12-volt fridge, which doesn't hold much. Neither does that, sadly, as big as it is. A little more on the door. I guess it holds a little more than the cooler, but not much. I'd like to have the freezer, though. Not much is going to happen with this camper. I think when I'm in Quartzsite, they're going to be maybe or maybe not doing some winterizing on it at least. It's going to be moved and set on something that will be able to insulate it more. It'd be nice if it was done before I went so I could figure things out, but I don't think it will. He's got to skin the other house he started building over there first before he could do anything else. And if I'm not here, I'm pretty sure he's just going to not do anything with it until I'm ready to come back. I just hope it doesn't get put off and forgotten, because I'll be coming back from Quartzsite, stopping over into Mesa. I just see something with a red number on it over there I never noticed before. It's a private chat. Oh, that was when Mona was here. There we go. Oh, my head. That silver pops on when I do the second coat on it. And I still haven't figured out if I want to do something with that little spiral spot. Fill it in as a thing of interest. Make people wonder, why was that put there? Stretch my legs a minute. Stretch my neck too. Oh. I'm liking it though. I can see this hanging up in a, it's the doctor's offices that get the abstracts most of the time. Just a color space instead of having white walls all the time. I do have a background I can cover. One of the backgrounds. I got two of these big reds, not realizing it was the larger size. So I have an abundance of that, which I can do backgrounds covering some of these older things that I don't want to keep. Like I do when I do a background on a picture. This is kind of stuff I do with kids and adults as backgrounds, and I didn't like how this one turned out. But you kind of just do a background with playing, and then you draw a few lines and fill in the spaces with patterns. It's the basic thing I do. See now, this one's going to have all kinds of textures I don't. I may tape off the parts I like and paint the rest on that. I'm waiting. This one I can cover. Oh my God. There we go. I think I'm back. The phone fell and disconnected the tether. Sorry. Wow. That made a mess. Oh, now you're seeing it. It's touchy. I need to make a brace for this phone. Is it back? I noticed that camera's frozen. Oh, there it is. It's back. What a mess. Sorry. Did not expect it to fall like that, and I have to move it another time. Hope I don't Gotta get rid of the edge of the microwave. Come on, phone. Quit freezing up. And we're back. Yep, we're going to keep looking at that part of the microwave because they keep bumping the tether. Oh, I can't believe it did that. So I was just going to show you. I really like the little florals I did on this. But the picture as a whole, yuck. So I'm painting over it. This one I'm painting over was given to me. I'll just start with that one. The sad thing is you get this texture. And it's not such a smooth. Okay, that's weird. My power's going in and out. Something's interrupting the signal. Things are getting weird. All right, I need to cover the table. I'm going to paint red over that. Trying to be gentle. I don't want things falling down anymore. So I'm just going to give this one a quick red coat to go over it. Sorry, Yvonne, I'm painting over your picture. Wow, stuff fell everywhere, didn't it? Where did he come from? I better wash that brush while since I'm right from using it. Oh, didn't rinse it real well, but that's okay. Tastes like crap, but it's going to be good for the brush. Alright. Background brush. Give it a coat with the red. I don't usually do a solid color background, but since I made a mistake and I have extra, I'm going to use it. And I also need a larger palette. I think. Maybe not. Just put it in here. Woo! Wow, that just poured out. Didn't even have to squeeze it. Oh, I don't know if this is supposed to, shouldn't happen. There's a change in elevation when it comes through here. And that's what caused it to seep out like that, I hope. Yeah, it's not that watery. Kind of looks like a pink, doesn't it? Alright, well, we need a lot of this anyway. I'm definitely going to take more than one coat. Might do a coat with the cornstarch added. Since this isn't covering nearly as well as I hoped. If this was one of my paintings, I could let the background show through. But I didn't paint it, so I can't. Another reason I wanted to go ahead and do a background, because I have that one painting where I need to do that frame around. And I want to see if the color red will work for that. Which I can't tell unless I hold it up next to it. So this will give me something to hold up next to it. See if it might be something I'd like to try on it. I must have heard this song earlier because it was in my head and I'm not sure why. I hope I'm not being disconnected. My tether gets touchy sometimes. Wow, if this was my painting, I'd be building off of that. I wonder if this was done with ink. You see the brush strokes coming in the middle? It's drying on me. And I probably need a much larger brush to distribute this evenly. I need to get the paint on there. Just use a big wide brush, spread it out. Quickly, Wendy. Oh, here. Here. Like that'll give it a different texture entirely. Wow. Sometimes I'm surprised how much paint it takes to do something. There we go. Very textured. The reason you go from one side to the other is because when you stop in the middle, you get stop marks. Much smoother finish. You go from one end all the way to the other end. It does kind of like want to grab on the edges. So you gotta run along the edge to clean up the little lumpy things. Which is why you definitely need a tablecloth to do this. Truck movement out there. Okay. I need to cover that. Dry before I can go the other direction with it. Just let it sit like that for a minute. So I'm going to go that way with a good texture coating too. It's interesting. I'm not a fan of pink. It's a red pink. Hey, Brett. I see you're back. Yeah, I'm just getting the coating on that one. I got this one kind of with the black lines and things. I'm going to go back in with the gold and the silver and get them to be a little bolder. And then redo the black lines after that. But I'm letting it dry fully because I don't want to smear anything. Decided to try this red. It's really watery and translucent. So I'm going to go back in and do it another way. Plus, it'll remove the texture from the old painting, which is good, which is why I was reluctant to cover this one right away. But if I have to do it that way to get the texture, why not? See how many of these I can get covered. Thread. My head still hurts. Using this all the way. I don't like waiting for paint to dry. It's usually why I have more than one thing in progress. Did you get your stuff all done? Or just taking another break? Mona was here and Uwe was here. I think you were here when Mona showed up. And then J-Pole stopped for a minute. And TP for Freedom, which I totally forgot to check the chat for a while. And so I didn't even get to talk to him, TP, for while they were there. But I've been getting a steady stream of visitors mostly today, which is good. Helps me work. Use my 1776 hand towel, which I think is hilarious. That's what they gave me here. I had no idea the new group was called 1776. I kind of laughed when I saw it. Oh, this was on the... No, it wasn't on wet paint. It was on the gouache one. Water back. Silver is where? There it is. It's turned backwards. On my palette. Well, what the heck? Oh, I covered it because, oh, jeez. I am not with it. Here we go. Let's start on this. Good thing I got more than one. Just gotta go down in the well because the fan wants to dry it. Gotta get up again. The readers are over there. And my camper, I rarely have. In fact, my old camper was only 3.5 by 7.5. I didn't have to get up to get anything, unless it was at my feet, which was rare. Like, that's how I got in and out of the door. And I even had this magnetic strip that I had hung over my head in the old camper that would hold things like all my extra readers, the little pens I used for the phone. What do they call them? I can't remember. But I had like 12 of those things. And if I lost one, I just reached up, grabbed another one. Then when I cleaned the house once a week, I'd round them all up, start over fresh the next week. Which is why I have so many pairs of readers. Right now I have 2 pair I really like, and I have some pairs that are scratched up and crappy that I keep in case I can't find the other 2. But I always have more than just one reader pair, or I'd be spending all my days looking for it all day long. Why doesn't that one sit in there? There we go. So it looks like I'm going to end up doing the 3-line thing anyway. But at least I got one coat in. It's just basically a touch-up. Instead of having to go do 3 lines twice, I only have to do 3 lines once. I'm bringing the silver more into the little white areas because I just went back and looked and I did that part way in the other ones. I guess because my line spacing was off when I taped it. I don't know. I started it so long ago. I don't remember how I started it. But anyway, I can do the second coat. Then I'll probably have to touch up the black lines after again because occasionally you twitch or something and you get this big glob in a place you didn't want one. So I always have to go back and do lines that divide a space or divide colors the second time anyway. Oh, I forgot to switch to pictures again. Like, I don't want to watch me. Watch the painting. There we go. Ah, why does this keep shutting on me? The chat is up with live last night. Oh, okay. Cool. I'll watch that when I decide to quit this. I hear Kubota again. Every time I have the Kubota, it's like, are they coming to do the solar? I was supposed to work on the solar yesterday, but my allergies were so bad. I'm like, I can't do it. So I told him this afternoon, but one of the guys ended up going somewhere, and I didn't know if he was going to be back. So he doesn't even know he was going to help with the solar yet. And the other one's out digging a ditch. He dug up his sewer system to get the tank drained. Found out there was no sewer tank at all. The pipes just led into the ground. So he had to dig up a whole thing and set up a whole system. Septic tank, that's what it's called. Yeah, he had to install a septic tank. So he's out there still digging in the ditch, and it's been a few weeks. Right now he's trying to get it level to bring the pipes. I guess you have these spider pipes that kind of spider out to get rid of this stuff, to disperse it. Whoever put in just the pipes before, it worked for 17 years. This is the first year that they've stayed here for an extended period of time. They're usually traveling around like nomads. And it backed up. And that's what prompted the digging, just to find out there wasn't one out there. It's kind of funny. Yeah, definitely sucked. It cleaned out what little they had put aside, so they had to put off some of their traveling. Although she just mentioned today that he's trying to get the ditch all done and covered before they leave for their trip. And I'm like, where are they going for a trip? So I guess they didn't cancel all their trips. I think they're planning one to New Mexico. So that's a person I've been wanting to stop by and visit too, just never had the time when I go through. I don't know when they plan on leaving. I'm pretty sure the way she's talking, it's going to be within the next couple weeks. And I won't be ready to travel until the 1st. And I get another check. And I could take off now, but I won't have any car insurance. And I have to at least get 1 or 2 day car insurance to travel. It's kind of silly. We have to get car insurance to pay for hitting other people. I'm like, why don't we just get car insurance that covers our car if it's wrecked? Well, I guess because they raised the rates. Never mind. Didn't think that went all the way through, did you? Let me see. We get all the emitters so we can get the solar done, get set up. Yeah, well, part of the solar setup is getting we have a red house they call the Sojourner's house. Is getting that set up too. Part of the deal, getting it all set up. There's 4 batteries with 400 amp hours each on them. And he has not hooked it up. It's been well over a year. When I was out here last June, he was still setting that up, and it hasn't been finished. So, yeah. Since I know how to hook up solar, since I did my own, that's part of the deal. Getting the extra wires and the charge controller and the extra panel is getting that set up over there so they could use it. And you don't keep getting these crazy electric bills, especially with me hooked up, house hooked up. Somebody's in the house staying right now too. So he's paying utility bills for 3 houses when he wouldn't have to be doing. Makes sense if you don't dig it down, get that squared away. Oh yeah, definitely got to get it squared away because rains will wash it all down before you get back. I got all my stuff from my truck bed spread through. Oh, I didn't even tell anybody that yet. So I went to go in my truck to get. I had a damp rid and a little portable dehumidifier for a closet that I used in my camper. So I went to go dig that out and found out the tarp wasn't covering everything in the camper or in the truck bed. And my tent poles for my 10 by 10 tent garage were getting rusty. Oh, maybe I did at the beginning because I talked about Oxford. So all that stuff's spread in the yard right now. I'm kind of grateful we're not getting rain for another day. I got to go gather all that and get it up under the tarp better this time. I think I'm going to I have a giant tarp. I had it folded in fourths covering the low. But I figure if I take it, lay it flat, get all the stuff put in, and then fold the tarp up over it so that the water's not even has a chance to get in there, is what I need to do. But I was so feeling crappy yesterday, I just left everything sprawled out. Which is okay, since I would have had to go back and sprawl it all back out to finish drying it today anyway. I might just leave it out there a third day. Is that silver even showing different? Not in the camera. I have to make the silver and the golds pop more. They're just lighter colors. So that wall tent last year, the Windsor Quartzsite ripped it, of course. I don't know. I left it up because this is something somebody said, and I wanted to just prove them wrong. Which ripped it down, of course, and destroyed 2 of the poles and a few of the connectors. So we're going to get all that fixed. I think I'm going to use the frame from that because the tent's kind of really messed up. I'd have to have duct tape city to make that work. But I think I'm going to use the frame from that to make a little greenhouse. Until I can afford to get the one I really want done. I'd like to get a dome one with an oven in the center. One for cooking outdoors instead of inside in the summer. And 2, if I do the oven right, I can do ceramics. I did get to meet with her and have that talk. So, yeah. I don't know how much it resolved things, but the more I think about it, the more when stuff hits the fan, what else am I going to do? I wouldn't be able to travel. And it'd be better to be in a community that's self-sufficient. And so if I do my part and do the medicinal herbs like I want, then I can be part of a community that's going to survive without government. Although you can't really hide from society, and I heard Jeff talking about how he's got this and that. Well, they want to meter private wells. And if you just let government go and hide from doing stuff, does not protect you. Pretty sure some people are not set up to fight off the entire military as they go and bully their way through everything. But anyway, yeah, being able to produce it yourself, yeah, how much are they going to charge you to do that? That's why we pay taxes on land we own, because we don't really own it. They own it. And I lost the chat again. Yeah, I've done ceramics. I do. Again, I don't like perfection. I got this little thing I did way back when. I love carving into clay. So I have this one left, which I won't part with. And then I have this other one that I was playing on the wheel with. When I was a kid, I was able to spin perfect things, but I kind of like the imperfect anyway. I mean, I probably, if I spent the time, could spin some nice, pretty, smooth things, but I kind of like the imperfect. It just seems more natural to me. And I did buttons. I made a dish set for my daughter one year. They were square plates. And I had carved the designs on them. I don't know if she still has them or not. Don't know. But I would love to play with ceramics. I really love carving into clay. Probably do some vases. I have some vases around somewhere too. I have one I have in my camper with me all the time. It sits on my desk. But I would love to get into that. Running away only temporarily does not actually solve any problems. Only a matter of time they come close. Yep. And then nowhere to run. Exactly. That's why when people are like, we need to get self-sufficient, we need to go to communities, I'm like, well, yeah, go ahead and do that. That's only step one. Because they will come after you. Pretty sure he's got to pay taxes on that piece of land he thinks he can hide in. He can hide in it right now. But that won't last long. Another thing about a community is you can actually stand up against more people at one time. Maybe keep your autonomy a little bit longer. They also had a neighbor who said if anything had to happen that they would be down here in a flash. I know a lot of people around here. They're very, very social. But they could. I don't know. He was a surveyor. There you go. So pretty much surveyed a lot of land out here, which would, of course, you would get to know a lot of people that way. Plus, his wife likes to chat with people a lot in the restaurants when we're ready to leave. It's not really ready to leave because we'll stand up, we'll get ready to go, but she gets up and she'll start talking with people as she's going out the door. It takes a while. That's her social thing. So everybody has their different ways. Maybe that's why they don't understand why I'm so abandoned out this way. I can't think of the right word. Can't really say lonely. I guess in a way. It's because I'm not out doing that stuff. Don't have the fuel to do it. And I'm not one to go up to somebody's table and just talk to them. I have this thing where I feel like I don't want to interrupt anybody because I don't want to be in somebody's way. So I tend to meet people like walking down sidewalks when you make a little comment, or standing in line at grocery stores is a lot of ways I meet people. Getting involved in events is a great way I meet people. The only problem is, like a convoy, if you're traveling all over the United States, then your friends are spread out all over the United States. And then you miss them and you can't travel. Kind of sucks a little bit. It does. About breaking social connection, closing people together. Yep. They really don't know what they do to themselves when they isolate. They think they're okay until they go to communicate with people, and then they don't understand why they're not getting along with people as well. Well, because you've isolated. There's this thing called touch deprivation, which my friend thinks is why I hate being touched. But when you're not touched for a long time, being touched can be extremely uncomfortable. But, I mean, there might be a touch of that with me because I never did like touch in the first place with the Asperger's. Never liked it in the first place. So if you add the deprivation type thing to it, I guess it could compound. I don't know. I don't even like the wind blowing on my skin because it'll move the little hairs, and I'm like, something's touching me. Stop touching me. It was not funny when I was married. They were not happy chickens. They wanted to do this thing. What do you call it? Spooning? Oh my God. Like, no freaking way. Get off me. Why did that phone do that? What the heck? He needs Grubhub. Trucker G must still be at his sister's house. It's like, we're living it up. We're in a big city. We can have food delivery. So he ordered his Dr. Thunder from Walmart delivery. 2 cases. And I'm like, that doesn't justify the delivery expense to me. But to him, it did. So now he's doing Grubhub, it looks like. We are social creatures. I don't know anybody who does well when they isolate. Now I gotta let that dry. I can't even tell if it made a difference from the camera. It does look not as faint white. It is popping a little. When I go back and do the silver line around the outside, it'll probably be more. That's the gold area. I'm like looking in the camera. I have to touch it to figure out what I'm doing. Made it work however we can. Yep, we do. When I was a teen, we lived on a farm, and I never got to go hang out with kids after school and stuff downtown. So in the summer, my last summer before I graduated, I would walk into town, the 10 miles into town and the 10 miles back, just to wave to people and say hi. I was still socially backwards and didn't quite make friends that way, but it fed me socially way more than I was getting sitting at the farm. But before I turned 16, I wasn't allowed to walk anywhere by myself except this one time. And I found out it wasn't by myself. My dad let me walk in New York from the campground to the beach, which was, I think it was about a 10-mile hike. But he told me years later he followed me in the car and I never noticed. Followed me the whole way. These things my dad did for me, I just didn't even know he was there for me. He just sort of stayed in the background. I guess he knew something was different about me. Just didn't want to put a finger on it, I guess. He didn't believe mental illness existed, but he knew something was wrong with me. My dad rocked. I didn't know it until later in life. I mean, a lot of us don't, but I mean, he was a pilot, so he was gone for 7 to 10 day trips at a time. He'd get to come home for a day and then he'd have to turn around and leave again. And as I got to be a teenager, you don't want to be around your parents. He got down to 3 and 5 day trips, but it's still like a 1 day turnover, and it was rare that I spent much time with him. My speaker needs plugged in. But I mean, later in life, after he found out what all happened at the house when he wasn't there, he spent a lot of time making it up to me, and he always, it's like, no matter how much I messed up, he'd go, "Oh, I'm proud of you." And he said that so often towards the end. I actually missed it. The first time I heard it, I was like, "What? What do you mean you're proud of me? For what?" I just was so angry he said that. I'm like, why are you torturing me with this saying? But he really was. The fact that I tried, whether I messed up or not. Hearts, 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 hearts. I just plugged it in. Why are you telling me it needs power again? Oh, there. This phone is so slow. Okay. I guess I got Terry. Sorry. It was hard when he passed. One of the hardest losses I've ever had in my life. My mom, I think I cried for half an hour. Like, well, she never had a chance to really know me. And then it was over. And then that same day, I found out the directors at the camp that I loved to volunteer at were fired. And they were leaving the camp. And I'm like, wow, life's got to change again. I think I cried longer for that than when my mom died. Just never had the connection with her. I guess if you don't know something's wrong with your child, I mean, you know something's wrong, but you take it personal, things get a little different. She took it all personal, as if I was attacking her from my childhood on. Called it fear-based discipline, the way she disciplined. It's kind of creepy. But anyway, my dad spent a lot of time making it up and building me back up again. And I think that's another reason I made it through what I made it through later on. I've been through almost everything. I could relate to anybody who's been through anything. Most. Well, there's probably certain guy-related things I can't go through because I'm a female. But I've been through most of everything. Had cancer when I was 19. All the abuses. And I'm still here. The world tried to eliminate me, but look, I'm still here. gold is really translucent. Currently looking at possibly moving. Opportunity in British Columbia may take it. You have to move to the same city as your mom. Do you get along with your mom? It would be a good thing if you get along with her. I'm an orphan, so I don't have a mom or a dad anymore. I think that's part of why the lady here likes to try to care for me in ways she doesn't work. I think she kind of wants to step in and just sort of take care of some of the stuff. She wants to mother me. I don't know how to be mothered. It kind of suffocates me. So what about all the friends you made where you're at? Wouldn't you miss them going to British Columbia? How far away is that from where you're at now? Part of my thing about leaving Arizona is I have so many friends there. I just went from one friend place to another. They're really not going to be happy if I definitely do this at Mingus, because they're used to seeing me every other month in the summer for a couple weeks. Half my summer is spent up in Mingus. Won't be able to do that from here. Didn't even think of that. Dang it. I talked for 12 years when I was 19, but my grandma's dying wish was for her to talk again, so yeah, we get along quite well now. Yeah. 900 miles or something. Ouch. So it's not like you're going to be able to afford to just take off and go visit. Yeah. That's part of the draw about here. Since I made friends all over the country, I would be closer to getting to other places to go see people. Not quite as close as Missouri would have been. But Missouri gets a lot of, well, not a lot of snow. And Mona's made sure to tell me it's not a lot of snow. My dad lived in Missouri. He got more snow than I liked, and it was always colder. But my dad was like an hour away from Kansas City, which might be more snow, but I just don't relish moving more north. But I might, if it drove me crazy enough, I might. I don't have free land up there. Isn't Vancouver Island where Annie is? I know she's on some kind of island, can't get around somewhere. I have not heard from Annie. I'm starting to get a little worried. Maybe at Island. Yeah. Is there more than one island up in Canada? I can't remember. I was horrible at geography. Oh, it's starting to dry up. Annie's on some kind of island. My grandma was born in Nova Scotia when my great grandmother was running from Czechoslovakia. They had her at Nova Scotia, and then they made it to Chicago, where they all settled. My ancestors spent most of their time on the run. So, and hiding their identity. So I don't know too much about them. I just know they spent a lot of time running from governments. I'd say why, but I don't want to get into that debate. It's on the island, then it would be Vancouver Island. Okay. So I'm not sure about my dad's side. I know his mother came from the Germany area. And I do know that the ones that settled in the area or founded the area that I grew up in, they came from Derry, I can't say the name of the place. Derry area. There's a church there that has a stone covered in gold. Cockler or something like that. So that was the parish that they belonged to. They called the areas parishes when the church came and took over the area. So, but the records, the only records they had are like 10 of the landowners in that area at that time. And he wasn't on the list of the landowners. So, pretty sure he was part of the group sent from England to conquer that area in the name of the English church or whatever it was called, Catholic church. I don't really know. It's a Catholic parish now, but I don't know if it was Catholic then. So I think he was part of the group that came over on that, since he was in that area at the time, but not listed as a landowner. Not really sure. I do know they're related to the Bartholomew Castle in Ireland, which was in the family. And it changed their name. I don't know. It's all confusing. It's like two different stories. But it might have been, I don't know when that castle was built. That castle may have been built after the parish records, which is a possibility. What is this song? What is this song? Yeah. Yeah, we'll get into some debates there, so we won't have that discussion. I'm like, I don't see the area I just worked on. What the heck? Did I start one and then just go back to an old one? That's funny. Kind of hard to remember where I'm at on this thing. Like the Ring of Fire song again. I used to square dance and they'd play this one a couple times a night. About the only time I became girly was square dancing. They put that floofy skirt on me and I wanted to see it spin. So I got very girly. It's an excellent way to beat depression, though, because you're actually walking the equivalent of 3 miles in a 2 hour dance session, plus using your brain at the same time. Oh my gosh, the depression was gone. And I only had to go once a week for it to be gone. I used to dance both parts because we'd have dance lessons and there weren't enough guys. And so I would dance the guys' part for lessons. And the old ladies would be picking me because I wouldn't yank their arms out of the socket like the guys did when they got all excited. Yeah, I gave all the clothing away. This stuff's costly. Hundreds of dollars. I tried to sell it, but I didn't have time, so I ended up giving it all away. That was all given to me, so most of it. A couple things I paid for. But yep, that's before they jacked me up. That's when I was in a wheelchair. They gave me pain meds and I was able to do things again, so I took up square dancing. And then I got to where they jacked up the pain meds so bad I couldn't function and wake up even. So that went by the wayside. I've done a lot of things in my life. I like trying stuff. That's when I used to do hair and makeup and everything. Now it's like, why bother? When I get my stuff out of storage, I'll show you all what I look like when I actually do my hair and makeup. Let's just say I never had a problem getting a date with anybody that I wanted a date with. I just didn't want a date at all. I didn't want to be touched. Although I did have a time in my life, oh my gosh, I was so bad. I was at the bars 6 days a week, 6 nights a week, totally trashed. That was my wild times. Holy cow. Yeah, it would be kind of fun. Those outfits are huge. Once you get the little skirt that fluffs everything up in, it would take up half my camper. It's not something I even want to think about. I do. I lose my balance a lot more now too, though. When I was on the convoy, in fact, I was looking for those videos to see if anybody caught it on camera. I'm kind of glad they didn't, but I wanted to see what it looked like. They were doing that. Oh, I can't remember the name of the song now. And I was dancing on my little stool so I wouldn't fall over. I went through the videos trying to find it, but a lot of people from the convoy deleted their videos. Uptown Funk, that was it. I was doing Uptown Funk on my chair stool, and I had a lot of fun doing that. Pretty sure somebody thought it was funny and hilarious, an old lady doing Uptown Funk on a stool. But I don't know who would have gotten it, saved it, since most people didn't save their videos. I wanted to see what it looked like. But somebody did say it looked like I knew what I was doing, and I'm like, nah, I was just playing around. Make your own bar and dance floor. Yeah, well, yeah, I guess I could in this little camper have a little dance party. That would be so fun. A one-person one. I have to be drunk to dance in front of other people. Unless I'm sitting down on the stool like that for a little Uptown Funk. But I wasn't on the spot either. It's not like people were really watching. They were out eating and having their fun. All right, I got the inside lines of the gold and the silver done. And wow, that gold really does pop up a different color now. It does not look the same as the brass anymore. Yay. Mona said as I turn it, it gets a different shading. Let's just keep spinning it. Wow, that worked out pretty good. I just got to go around the outsides of it now. I'm feeling better about it. When I first did the silver and gold, I'm like, it's barely noticeable. It's so light. But now that I'm going in and strengthening it, it's looking pretty good. It's too bad at unsaved public video. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people would like to see me go crazy on like that. But yeah, so it could be out there. I don't know. I don't even know who was all streaming during the convoy because I didn't watch streams during the convoy except to catch up on meeting info when I couldn't make it, or they were so they did meeting time by word of mouth a lot of times. And if you didn't know they were having a meeting and you missed it, and then they'll be like, why is no one coming to the meeting? Because I didn't know. So I'd have to go back and watch. But I didn't want to spend a lot of time sitting inside watching a video when I could be outside having fun. So I didn't watch a lot of videos. I cannot get rid of this hurt right in here. All that discomfort from yesterday probably left a knot in my neck. I don't really want to work in that pain now. So what I got to do is the outline line on the gold and outline lines on the silver, and then touch up the black. Then I've got to do something about my edges. I cannot decide if I want to frame it out with black at the top and maybe a bottom line, or just the top line, or cover the whole side. Don't really know what I want to do with it yet. I gotta wait for the paint to dry, and I put it on a little thicker for the silver, so it's gonna take a little bit longer. Does this playlist not repeat? Because it keeps stopping. How do I get to the playlist? Ah, how do I get to the playlist? One way. It's to hit shuffle play. That way it'll shuffle it. There we go. I don't really want to take another ibuprofen. Yesterday I took a 800 milligram one on top of the allergy medicines, man. I was so out of it. Keep forgetting, it's gotta dry. What time does it say? This thing doesn't have the current time. Why? Search the setting. I don't know how to find it in here. This phone's gonna need charge soon. There. Automatic date and time. Did I update it? It's not. It's not automatic. Is it like 17 minutes after the hour? I can't see the other phone. The other thing. It's saying it's 2:17 already. Wow. If they had remembered to come work on solar, that'd have been done. But they're not. So I'm gonna keep working. As soon as I pull it back up, why did it stop? Oh, because the song's switching. Yes, it is that time. All right, yay! So I got it fixed. I kept looking at it, and when I turned it on earlier, it didn't even have the right minute after the hour. I'm like, whoa, that's really wrong. But it didn't want to update. So I switched time zone. Not getting any on me, and that was the last batch. So let's start with gold. My eyeball's starting to hurt now. What is it? So this is actually the third coating of gold because I went and did a second coating of gold before I did the black line in there. Good thing I go back and do the black line after again. Just got that in the area. Just don't have to worry about the coverage as much. Just sort of touching it up. Kind of closer to the line. So it'll match the inside. I had to go pretty thick with the inside. Really not going to take too much to do this. I used the brush metal black on the center, the black center line. I don't know that I really have to do too much with this gold. With the silver, I will need to. It's very pale on the outside of it. Just realized my tongue was sticking out. My dad used to use his tongue when he used scissors. He would sit there and go, I don't know why. Kind of funny. I find myself, my tongue hanging out when I do some thin lines occasionally. I'm like, what's that about? I inherited it from my dad. I'm sure he'll be proud of that one. Where the heck was I? I can't remember which lines I'm working on. They're all starting to seem like they're one. I wonder which desert he went through on a horse with no name. Because if you go through the Quartzite Desert, there's lots of people you can tell your name to. Okay. Enjoy your day. Thanks for stopping in. Making my work day easier. Thought of is my friend Robin. I need to let her know that I've been streaming while I paint, and she'd be able to visit me. It's so hard to remember which space you're working on. Such a slight difference. Especially close up. From a distance, it might be a little more of a difference. Thinking about Robin. One time I did get to go cruising. I already had a son. And I remember going with Robin to go cruising. I was in my 20s. And these guys followed us to the house. We didn't really want them to. I don't really remember what happened after that. I know I didn't have them into the house. But it was a fun experience. Get to do something I missed out on in my childhood. I think, I don't know. I can't speak for her. She wouldn't have time to join the stream anyway. She gets up, she's all about getting the housework done so she can get to work. Her son and her husband do not help her. As far as I know, she's almost always worked unless she was sick. Her husband retired and decided he worked hard all his life, he can sit on his butt. Meanwhile, she's still working and not getting help. It's really not fair. I'm mumbling in my dissatisfaction. I went to school with both of them. It was kind of fun to see them. But it doesn't make me happy when I see a friend working really hard, busting her butt just to have somebody at home sitting there. And I did my time, I don't want to work. And then having an affair on her. I don't know how far. but it was just in chats for as far as she knew. Still, not a nice thing to do to somebody you claim you love. I guess in this day and age, you can sleep with who you want, when you want. It doesn't matter if you're married or not. That don't work for me, though. Marriage don't work for me at all. And neither does sitting around either. Whatever. Shut up, Wendy. Okay. The outline of the silver lines. I wish I could cut that part out. I hate talking about stuff like that. Take it out. It's not something I can get involved in anyway anymore. So what difference does it make? Wash this. It seems to have a clump of paint that doesn't want to come out. These ones out. See if I got that clump off. No, it didn't. Note to self, don't talk about topics you don't want to reveal stuff with. It's really nice to. Its hip is starting to bend. Goodness, it's such a slight bend right now. I gotta order some new brushes. I need a bunch of tiny new brushes. It's gonna cost me a pretty penny. Oh, I wish. I know for a fact I didn't use all those tiny brushes. I don't really know where they ended up. I had 10 of them that stockpiled, and I'm 100% sure I didn't use them all. I must have taken them out and left them somewhere behind. Alright, let's let that dry. Boy, that I am really happy with the gold. Yep, that's the color. Brass and the gold balance. Now we gotta pop the silver. Or do we? Yeah, we do. We gotta pop it because it's washed. We washed out. Then I think for whatever I do on this edge, probably going to tape off to do, which means I wouldn't do it today. Just putting tape on paint that hasn't cured for at least 24 hours, I'll just pull it right off. So I would have to tape it off here, and maybe if I don't cover the whole background on that, I think I just want to do a band of black. Let me take this in area that's been painted a while ago. See what I did. Oh, I might like that. So yeah, I'll tape it off. See how that works, but not today. Oh, this is one of my favorite secular songs. Oh my gosh, what the heck? This piece is up for sale. I got a spot of red on it. Oh my gosh, I gotta fix the white. Seriously, that's not a good thing. There is not enough storage in here. No, I can't. I have to touch that up before I can even sell it. I'll have to cover them. That red just went flying everywhere. Ay vey. My eyeball is really starting to hurt badly. I want to get the silver done. I'll get the silver and then I'll decide if I'm going to do another. If I need to go back and do the black. It seems I haven't. Well, yeah, I do need to go back and do it. I don't want the black as translucent as it is. Luckily, I only have 2 areas to redo the black in. And that part will be done. Yeah, I don't want that black to be as translucent as it is. That'll be another day of painting. I wonder if we get to go anywhere tomorrow night. I have not been out of this farm for a couple weeks now, I don't think. No, we went. Oh, what day did we go? No, we went Friday. We went out to eat Friday. I would like to go more than just to a restaurant. But don't have fuel and beggars can't be choosy. If I could pedal a bike, I'd get a simple bicycle. I am considering getting an electric scooter again. I had an Schwinn 500 or Schwinn E500. That was my main ride for 12 years before it died on me. And I gave it to a neighbor and they were going to fix it up and use it. They did offer it back and I'm like, nah, it's okay. You put all that money into it, so I let them keep it. But I would like to get another one. That would get me to town a lot quicker than 11 hours walk anyway. Then I could do things like go down to the coffee shop again that we visited on my stream when I went downtown. Visit with the people again. They seem like a fun bunch, and I'm just really kind of anxious to go down and visit with them. So I have been considering, and I don't know how I would work it out, is the paintings in my Etsy shop. I know a lot of people don't have money to buy decent paintings at these normal prices. But I'm thinking of, if I can figure out how, of opening up an option for up to a certain amount of prints to be made on them. So they could order a print of the picture. I have to figure out how I can logistically get that set up on the same store so I don't have to list on two separate apps or stores, per se. So once I figure that out, there might be the option of buying a copy of the painting at a much doable price for a lot of people. Just got to get it set up. So I'm not even sure if I would go with 5, 10, or 20 copies, possibles. Thinking 20 is kind of a standard, 20 or 100, but I'm not doing 100 of them, of prints for a painting, and then you sell the painting at its original price, and more people can get a chance to get a copy, and you sell the print. So I am, stay tuned, looking for a way to sell them as prints also. For each painting, I would have to decide how many prints per painting I would want to do. First off, if you don't limit them, then they have no value other than the cost of a copy. It kind of devalues the painting when you do too many copies too. Don't want to devalue my work. I would like to make it available for a few more people to be able to do it. I don't want to devalue my work. So they'll be limited. Just not really sure how many, or I want to do same size replicates, or do I want to do card sets? Postcards would be fun. That would actually, postcards you would have to do at least 20. I think with postcards you could probably easily go up to 100 easy prints on it if you were to do cards in that way, at least. I don't know. I have to research some of this stuff out. Tempted to do the black today, but if I don't quit soon, I'm gonna have a full-blown migraine. So I'll get the silver done. It's hard to remember which one I'm working on. It's starting to thicken up. Tell when I step back, I'm really close. It's hard. Woo! Put that all the way up my brush. Oh, that's another tip I haven't shared yet. Don't put your brush all the way into the paint. You get maybe half the bristles wet or the tip of it wet. That way, when and if you get a twitch and push too hard, you're really not spreading it over half the canvas. So you don't necessarily dip your whole paintbrush tip in. You just want to go about halfway. It helps. You know, a lot of people I used to work with at the art studio had, shakes and stuff from the medications, and that was one of the biggest tips we learned there was not overloading your brush with too much paint. Then you end up with stuff you don't want. That's one of the reasons I rinse my brush tip off a lot. Is because as you push it across the canvas, it tends to go up higher on the brush. And then again, if you push too hard, boom, you get too much. So I like to keep my paint to where it's like just at the tip of the brush. Well, with the fine line details, with the larger covers, like the background thing I do with a very large brush, you want it to cover a lot, so you can go that route. Take notes on that. Some of these areas it doesn't want to cover very well. Yeah, I think these lines down here at the bottom, some of them are gonna possibly need a second run. Or not. We'll see. That's also something I can do tomorrow when I do. Tomorrow or Sunday. I don't know if I'm going to paint tomorrow yet. I still have that solar I got to get together. Paint in the morning. If I schedule it early enough, I can get at least a couple hours in. That's an idea. Yeah, I have to go back and do the bottom lines again. Some of them adding because the black took away from. Now I'm trying to rush and I'm getting into the black. That's okay. Going back over the black again. It's time to paint. It's starting to build up inside that tip. So what happens, it kind of builds up at the very end part and puffs everything out. I have to get my little scrubber. Kind of try to get in there and get it out after I'm done here. I'm kind of rushing is the problem, but I do know I have to go back in again with the silver, so it's fine. I know I got to go back in with the black, so it's not as crucial. Try to avoid that right now. Yes. Oh, I see some new chat. Hold on. I'll get to you in a second. It's not showing up here. Hold on, I can't read it from over there. Oh, dang it. I used the word and I got a bot. Hi, you all. I didn't look up. Guest chat room unchecked. Yeah, I'm sorry. Hope I didn't miss you. Sorry. I looked up. Too late. Whoever PAS 36 fun is. Haven't really had too many bots here. Because they listen to my topic and even the bots are bored. Joking. I guess I started talking about dating when I talked about my friend and her husband. That set them off. Certain keywords will set off the bots. Okay, well, sorry I missed you. Yeah, but show nobody there. Darn it, darn it, darn it. I messed up. That's the second time I messed up and forgot to pay attention to chat. Alright. Gonna let this dry. I'm gonna try to do a second coat on that red one. That doesn't block the chats in the StreamYard. What the heck? Does that do it? Oh, that took them out. There we go. I can only put use out in StreamYard. It's the only thing I got to work with. There is no reporting them. Huh. Bummer. Oh, crap, that hurts. Alright. Close up of the work we did today. There's the silver with black. The gold with black. And then I touched up my copper and finished up my bronze. So let me see. Let me pull this other one over. I'll do a close up in this camera. You can actually see the lighting more. So, why? Oh, there we go. Mona said she likes it when it turns because it looks like it turns into a different picture as you turn it. It does, kind of. Look at that. Oh, I am liking it. I haven't figured out what I want to do, if I want to do that little swirl. I'm looking the camera at it. Oh yeah, it's noticeable. I may detail that tiny swirl out for fun. I'm going to go back and do the black. I don't think the silver needs touched up at this point. So next time I'll go back in and do the black because I also want to trim out a frame that will kind of delineate. I don't know if that's the right word. The edge. I'm going to do a second coat on this red one. Oh, don't put it there. It's kind of tacky still, because I did a lot of paint on it to help remove the texture and cover. So I'm going to do paint in this direction this time. I need to bring back that other palette I had. paint. There we go. Okay, I'm trying to get back. Drop the dang phone again. And it keeps saying an error is occurring. It doesn't want to connect right. Super lag. Oh my gosh, stinking phone. Okay, that's back. I'm back. Whew. I put something down on the table too hard and it knocked my phone off the thing. Boy. Didn't like it. Didn't like it at all. So I'm just going to go this direction with the red now. I got too much red. I ordered 2 of these thinking they were the smaller ones. And that camera froze. Again. Oh, it's just being laggy. And so I'm using it to coat this. I don't know how to get that phone to do something different right now. The tether's messed up. It'll take too long to fix it. So I have to hotspot it. I'm just putting a coat on this anyway. How was your day, U-Haul? What's up? Let's get the paint on it and then worry about the strokes. No, I thought it was making weird noises. It's probably connecting and disconnecting. The tether is messed up. And it's plugged in to charge at the same time as streaming. There we go, that covered the back pretty well. I just wanted to get a last coat on this. Or a second coat, I should call it. Edge. We have lumpies. Yeah, I guess I left my chat unattended, dang it. It's hard for me to see all the way across the room, especially when I'm focusing on dinky little lines. But I saw Brett's stream last night. Now I can't remember if you were on or not. But I wonder if anybody's heard from Annie. I haven't seen Annie around except for, oh, I think it was the moon one that Eric did a couple days ago. And that's the only time I've seen her around. I'm kind of worried about her. It's not showing any of the chat unless it's gone. It's just 0 people. People. Okay, this is interesting. Very interesting. So I can actually Okay, I made it back in. I took my computer off. I'm basically done painting for the day, and plus my up. It does not want me to block from this app. It'll let me put the user in timeout, but it won't let me block the bot. Oh, now I got a message. So now I forgot what I was going to show. Oh, this. I had my can used for heat. I shut it off. Didn't look over for a while, and now I have these black flakes everywhere all of a sudden. Kind of weird. I don't know if it was stuck on the heater or what. But I am done painting for the day. My head has been hurting all day, and it's getting to where my eyeballs are hurting, and it's getting hard to paint at all. So I'm just right now just finishing up the thing. How do I switch this camera around? I noticed there was a guest thing, which isn't there anymore. So I don't know if I missed your wanting to get on and talk. Again. And every time I come back, this porn stuff's on, or dating stuff, or whatever it is. Keep saying an error occurs. StreamYard doesn't want me to filter my chat from here. But I'm sorry if I missed getting you on the StreamYard. But I am done for the day. I worked on that one piece and I coated this one in red, but it just hurts. So I'm going to go. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for wanting to join in anyway. Sorry I didn't get to get you into the chat, or I dropped my phone and messed everything up. So I'll continue when I'm going to paint. I'll post the schedule. And when it's scheduled, the notification bell does not work on time, sometimes 4 hours later. So when I schedule it, you have the option of hitting a button that says notify me on it. If you hit that, you will get your notifications on time for that. But thank you anyway. Thanks everybody who joined. Thanks everybody who, why is it? It's putting the comment at the top like I want that there. Oh my gosh. There it goes. It's gone now, but now it's starred. There. This is crazy. Anyway, thank you. I'll see y'all either tomorrow or Sunday. I got solar to work on. Bye, guys.